All right, you guys. Seriously, like the main thing you're interested in is what color shirt I'm wearing? My God, you guys. Everybody wants, I got pink shirt, blue shirt, orange shirt. But it turned out to be purple. So if you bet on purple shirt, then you are officially the winner today. So this is a very exciting show for me. And it is talking about, it's talking about the quantum leap of the solar system. I'm going to have to kind of move quickly here because there are so many slides to get through in one show that, I want to make sure it doesn't take another 4.5 hours. It probably will anyway. But anyway, let's read a couple of your comments before I totally get started. Diane Molt, hello, David. Thank you for sharing with us. Somebody was talking about get your boosters and your shots. That was a joke, of course. Iris Matzoth just donated love and gratitude from Germany. Smash the like button, yes, and please continue to subscribe. We are celebrating now, it's official, 500,000, 500,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for supporting me in this work. This is very exciting for me. I continue to do this out of the goodness of my heart. Despite the opposition that I get, it's not just for my ego. It would be a lot easier not to be cranking out shows like this each week. I spent a lot of time putting this one together, and the threats are very real. So, in fact, I do want to get this show out with the info in this course in case anything ever happens to me. Because, the threats are very high. I don't think it will because I have spiritual protection. But you look at what just happened recently to 45, it's like, darn, anything could be possible. So, and Walking Lightly 369 said, David, so great to see you. You've been great company for the last 4 years, great content. I hope whatever happens to your anti-gravity ideas, company and marriage gets sorted out for the positive. Diane Molt says, I truly appreciate you. Stephen W. says, not every Stephen is bad. Yeah, I don't even want the name Stephen to be associated with a troll. I mean, for me, when I hear the name Stephen, it's always associated with Steven Tyler. And unfortunately, we just got news very recently, like a couple days ago, that as a result of his fractured larynx, that he can no longer sing anymore. I haven't had a chance to speak to him in a long time, but I did go see him. And since I'm his friend, I went backstage at his Vegas residency. And I'll tell you, I was very scared for him back then because he was just pushing his voice to the limit. And he really had a very sore throat. And I asked him if he could try to dial it down and not be quite so intense when he would hit the high notes, but he just always went for 100%. And that's what happens when you have star athletes as well. They know that if somebody comes to that basketball game and they've traveled all the way across the country to see this basketball legend, that person might only be there for that one show. And so he's going to give his best on every performance. And that's what I've been trying to do. And part of the reason why I'm pushing so hard right now is that we are in the final steps before the arrest. Whoa. We had a donation from Janine888 for $100. Congratulations on a well-deserved 500,000 subscribers. Thank you, Janine, very much. Good luck, Stephen Tyler. Saint Stephen. I don't need... Somebody joking about injections. Roger Zubarik, $20. That's Michael Frick is making those jokes. Can we trust Elon Musk, or is he also in the cabal? I'm not really sure. I mean, he does a lot of good things, and I think that he might have been in it before to some degree, but then he's really pissed him off lately. Senior Son donated and said, would you consider doing Q&A streams? Chat's got questions. We're not going to find the answers at the bottom of a bottle or a chippy bag, no matter how hard we inebriate ourselves. Sure brew. Well, that's not what we got today, but maybe I'll do that in the future. Trump slippers, LOL. Yeah, I can put those on. They're right over here. Leanne Boudreau, yes, we are divinely protected. Everyone who reads this believes the divine protects you. So again, I want to focus. I got another donation, $200 MX. Thank you, David, for all the work you do. Jim Garrigas, thank you very much. Lost my job last week, says Justin Ritchie. Glad to see you today. Now I have time to watch, LOL. Sorry to hear that, Justin. Beverly Adams, please check out The Keys of Enoch. I did read that. That's an interesting book in its own right. But again, the focus today is on these slides because we are what I believe now to be in the final stages before the arrests actually happen. And this is going to be a game-changing event. The people in my own family do not believe me. They do not think this is going to happen. And they're essentially not tuned into this kind of reality at all. And it's a very difficult one. You're used to thinking that what you have in your mind is correct information. And if somebody tells you that the information you have is not correct, it's a very personal attack. But we've been tracking this week after week, and there's been a big event because this Black Swan event started to happen on Friday. It could very well accelerate with the market crash. And this is what it said: the psychology has shifted and the confidence has broken. So, I think the DS knows that they don't have a chance with KH, their current alleged candidate. And as a result of this, they tried to shoot 45. That didn't work. They had to get Biden out. And so what's happening now is that they are effectively in free fall. But again, if you're watching television and if you think the television is telling you the truth, then you're completely oblivious to a much bigger story, which is going to become everyone's reality. You're not going to have the luxury of ignoring this because these people are going to be arrested, they're going to be exposed, and the stuff that comes out about them is going to be far, far worse than anything you would ever want to believe. It's going to be traumatic. It's not going to be fun. But the problem is that this group, that they are the figureheads for, they're essentially the political figureheads for this group has been keeping things secret from you that are very important, like a whole bunch of science that shows that we are, in fact, divine spiritual beings, and that UFOs have been visiting our planet since before we were even out of the caves. In fact, our planet was seeded with life, most likely by extraterrestrials of different sorts. There were probably human extraterrestrial species that crash-landed here and provided the 5 major races that we have on Earth. And so this is a very phenomenal thing that's going to happen, because once we stand up to the bullies, once we no longer allow ourselves to be manipulated and trampled, and we will get technology that is beyond your wildest dreams. And I've had some very, very stunning developments with Stavati Aerospace. That's the company I'm working on. We do have more conventional fighter jet technology like this that we're working on, which will be a great boon. This is actually a spaceship. It actually will fly into space. No other jets do this. This is the SM-39, okay? And it only costs $85 million to produce one of these, whereas for like the B-21, they're saying $704 million. So it's nearly 10 to 1 if you want to build up your Air Force. And there was just a study that came out, I don't have slides for it, but it showed that we don't really have enough defense now against China or any other major country like this. Our whole military needs to be rebuilt, and of course, having affordable, cost-effective solutions is the new answer. And this same congressional report called for the embracing of private industry to help build up the new military. So we are one of the premier solutions for that. We have a whole bunch of technology, something like 100 different designs that will revolutionize things. But as I've been telling you in previous weeks, we have things like quantum computer chips that use photons instead of electrons. Now you've got 144,000 processors in one chip. You've got the equivalent of 10,000 desktop computers in one chip. It can run on the power provided by a lemon. This was something that was known about in the classified programs and implemented beginning in the 1970s. The chip was called the Aquarius. But now what we're seeing is that we have not only that technology that'll revolutionize our electronics, we have some very, very high density battery technology that could go from 6x to up to 30x above the norm. And that would mean that an electric car with a 30x battery energy density would now get 9,000 miles. I calculated this, 300 miles for 1x. That's 9,000 miles for 30x on one charge. So one of the things that we're actually going to be doing is partnering with a British luxury car company to produce an electric car in America that looks like a Porsche or a Lamborghini. It's phenomenal. I'm not going to reveal what it is yet. And we're going to throw these new batteries in there, and that will be a very disruptive game changer. Everybody's going to want to use these batteries after this. And our company will end up being directly involved in that battery getting out. There's only like 4 or 5 battery manufacturers right now, and they all happen to be in China. So an American battery manufacturer with a disruptive technology that lends itself to things from video games, smartwatches. Imagine if your smartwatch didn't have to be charged for a week or 2 weeks at a time. iPhones, smartphones, tablets, laptops that you don't have to charge for a month. It goes into every type of consumer electronics you could imagine, including that we can now do actual electric aircraft. And that's one of the things that our company's also been working on, is green technology like battery-powered aircraft that have far more than enough energy density in those batteries to make it through. And Pete Peterson alerted me to this battery technology, and he also said that you could shoot bullet holes through it and it won't explode. So I could talk a lot more about that in the future, about the anode. It's the anode and cathode of the 2 terminals on a battery. The secret sauce to this technology is called a silicon graphene anode, and it doesn't crack the way that most anodes do, which allows it to hold a lot more energy in it without being any risk of fire or explosion. So these are very exciting technologies, but then we also have things like anti-gravity, the idea that we can levitate without fans, propellers, or blades, or jet engines. And, of course, we also have free energy, which is beyond the battery thing. That's the idea of actually creating power out of the ether. So all of these technologies are being withheld by this organization that's a global organization that has been putting out these puppet figures to run the country, and they typically are not all that bright because, they have to be able to be manipulated and they have to be willing to follow orders and essentially drive us over the cliff. And they're not even on a need to know. Most of the politicians don't know about all these suppressed technologies. They would be shocked and horrified if they found out that this really existed. So the disclosure that we're going to get after this group is arrested will now provide us with technology that can save the planet, which is exactly the opposite of what they're doing. These technologies with free energy, anti-gravity, higher energy density batteries, med beds, quantum computing, all this stuff brings us into a new society where people are now going to live longer, they're going to be able to multiply more, the population will increase. This group, as crazy as it is for people who are uninitiated, they want to see a massive reduction in the overall amount of population. Now, why is that? They are coming out of a psychopathic mindset, and ultimately, as I've said before, there is a deep religious truth, if you want to call it that, to the UFO phenomenon. There are angels and demons. There are very good ETs that would be biblical angels that have showed up in 35 different ancient cultures around the world, predicting ascension at the end of the 25,000-year cycle. They all talked about that cycle in code. I've said that before. And we are at the end of that cycle now. And then there's also demons. There's also negative extraterrestrials like reptilians, insectoids, greys, and other types, some of which look human. And these ETs actually feed off of fear, negative energy, suffering, and pain. And so the best way for them to run the earth is with a lot fewer people, maybe 500 million or 1 billion. And then everybody is under very tight control. Everybody's microchipped. If you disobey, there's a stunning electric shock that makes you poop your pants and you're convulsing on the ground, and you'll never disobey again. And that allows for them to really create a Mad Max or Hellraiser type of world where they can now show themselves openly to us. They're no longer in hiding. You have these creatures walking around. They're taller than us, and you have to obey what they want. And it turns out that Satanism is what they do. Wherever they go to a given planet, they create a satanic situation. They like that. They want the pentagrams. They want the, worshiping to occur, summoning of lower astrals, which look like animal-human hybrids that you can see under the effects of psychedelic drugs. And so people who are part of this elite group are ultimately being controlled by supernatural evil. So they are worshiping a God that is very real. This is not fake. They're not imagining anything. They're actually seeing manifestations of negative lower astrals. in the course of what they're doing. And again, these ETs take this technology, if you want to call it that, to every planet they invade. And so there's ultimately a big game going on, similar to a proxy war. You look at Korea or Vietnam, those wars were actually being fought between the US and the Soviet Union, who are arming both sides. And so the US arms one side, the Soviets arm the other side, and they say, well, you know, we can't really have a nuclear war. We can't really go head to head, but we're going to go at it by proxy through this other country. And that's the same thing that these ETs are doing. The good guy ETs contact various people such as saints, yogis, masters, and sometimes private individuals like myself. Even in the modern world, there are examples of these contacts. Whereas the negative side, they're not interested in you being, you know, poor and humble and monastic. They're interested in you getting as wealthy as possible, as famous as possible, and having as much power over others as possible. So they train their acolytes to become the elites of the world: politicians, heads of state, media, corporations, high finance, big pharma, big food, you name it. That's what they want. They want people in power who are loyal to their agenda. And again, there's a big split in the DS between the people here on Earth and the ground crew, and then those who are aware of the space aspects of it. There is a very elaborate space presence going on, but most of those people have cosmic top secret clearance. They work in underground bases or off planet. There are some places they work on the surface as well. They're having direct face-to-face interactions with extraterrestrials, and it's not a nice place to be. So now what we're looking at is that we're actually seeing that this whole control system is falling apart now, and we are getting to the point where a big economic collapse has started to happen as of Friday. This was the worst economic crash since March, in the middle of COVID. I think it was March 12th. It's a very sizable amount of decline. It will probably continue into this coming week because they know that they are out of time, this negative group. And as I've said so many times before, there is a resistance. We are not powerless. The U.S. military and much of the intelligence community has now banded together. They're doing something very covert. You're never going to see this on television. You're never going to see this on the nightly news. You're never going to see it in a typical newspaper or magazine. And so for people in the baby boomer generation who are largely internet illiterate and are still trapped in that old school modality of media, they really have no idea. If you only get your information from traditional media, it's hard to believe, but yes, it's true. It's all under an umbrella with people who are lying to you constantly, and they have vested interests. They have no interest in you knowing the truth. They have no interest in you understanding that they have a religion, that the religion is based on evil, and that their goal is actually to have everyone be a slave and have a lot fewer of us here. But that is the reality, and it's not a reality that people are going to be able to deny much longer. And once we stand up to our bullies, we are going to get incredible rewards. We're going to finally get this forbidden technology released. The UFO disclosure will be a thing. And once we've done this, once we've stood up to the bullies, we also get some type of graduation event where the sun releases this new type of energy that causes us to be activated in consciousness in a way that you can only approximate right now with certain entheogens or psychedelics, such as perhaps strong cannabis or LSD, mushrooms, etc. It's going to be like everybody's on a trip, but it's a very good trip. It's not a bad trip. And it's going to feel a lot different. You're going to be a lot happier in your daily life. You're going to have a bliss consciousness that simply isn't available to you now. And once you go into that consciousness, you'll be able to remember your past lives. You'll be able to hear what other people are thinking. You'll become far more psychic, far more telepathic. And you'll be able to use telekinesis and eventually levitate yourself. Your body will eventually start glowing. And one of the things that the higher forces have been telling us through various telepathic contacts, including my own, which is Michael Prophecies, is that those who have done the most to buck the illusion, this illusion that the negative is created on Earth, that there's no God, that we're all alone, and that they are in power and they should not be questioned and they are your rightful leaders, the more that you work against that, you are fulfilling the galactic template of the hero's journey, which is this idea that everybody is ultimately going to have to become a hero, going to have to go against evil. And if you are following that hero's journey, if you're on to the big story right now, then you will become much more ascended after this first wave, which apparently is in 2025, First Wave of Ascension. You will become much more ascended. You might be one of the first ones to glow, to levitate, to be able to read minds, to know your past lives, to have incredible telekinetic ability, to manifest things out of thin air. And in previous episodes, I showed you how both Christian saints and Buddhist saints, and in fact Islamic saints, have been doing these things. They've been pushing their hands or feet into rocks and leaving handprints and footprints. They can create raised relief imagery on rock. They can fly like birds in the sky. And ultimately, in the Tibetan tradition at least, we have 160,000 cases of people achieving something called rainbow body, where they transform into rainbow colors of light. They appear to people in person as like an ascended master, and they no longer need to be human anymore. Their body physically dies, and then it shrinks down into a 5-inch tall figurine of ash. And there are many places, as I showed you in previous episodes. Go to David Wilcock 333 at YouTube, and then click on live, and you'll see all my past shows. They're all archived and available. And I really have been putting it all out there for you because I know we're at the end of this game, and we're getting ready for some very big kinetic stuff. The whole world is going to change. There's going to be a whole new batch of information available to us. The sun is going to do this psychedelic activation of our consciousness. And if you've been fighting for the truth, then you're going to get a lot more ascended in the aftermath than most people will. So that is definitely something worth fighting for. The degree to which you are willing to serve the higher cause is the degree to which this power will be made available to you when this happens. And along the same time that this solar event occurs, which is non-catastrophic, it's not going to cause a tsunami or a pole shift or destroy life on Earth at all. We are going to be specifically protected as we go through this. We also get a galactic family reunion. We meet new ETs that they really are not new, but they new to us. Humans who have been here the whole time. They're going to be glowing. They're going to be very wise. They're going to have a similar vibration as what you would imagine Jesus Christ would have had. And there's going to be enough for everybody to meet one. So there's a large number of these people here. They've been waiting for the right time. They're waiting for us to grow up and graduate. And again, this is not just some random thing. It's very strangely orchestrated in terms of when it's going to happen. So there is a certain type of deliberate nature to it, where it appears that this will come to a completion in 2025. And at the same time, there's a lot of randomness to it in terms of how each of us chooses to proceed. So this type of ascension was described by Jesus in the Bible as the metaphor of the tree with the ripening fruit. The harvest is used in the book of Matthew, specifically chapter 13 is where harvest starts to be discussed. And this is a biblical metaphor that relates to the idea of a tree, and that you can't harvest the fruit of the tree, right? The fruit won't be ripe until the right season, until the tree itself is in the harvest season. And so that season is now upon us, and that's a very primitive metaphor, if you want to call it that, for what ultimately is a physics change. When I looked at these prophecies about ascension, the idea that the sun was going to give off a flash of energy that transforms our beingness, I said there's got to be some type of energetic buildup in our solar system that leads up to this. And that's what we're going to talk about in today's episode. I'm going to show you some unprecedented and amazing scientific evidence for this. So as strange as it sounds, politics is not just politics. Politics is a barometer for ascension. The more that people on Earth wake up to what's really going on, to realize that they're being lied to, the faster we get to this amazing goal. And so again, the confidence has broken, and now we're also seeing that Kamala's moral righteousness is under attack. This just came out. This was on Saturday, where her husband agreed, yes, in fact, I did actually cheat on my first wife with this homewrecker nanny and got her pregnant. And it says panic in the campaign. So Imagine what would happen. This is the woman that he got together with. This was the nanny. And of course, this is Daily Mail. So you see how embarrassing the photo is on the left. She's got this kind of scowl on her face. And it's like, okay, well, you know, I want to be polite here, but the point is, this shows that he was easily swayed. He was married to a beautiful woman, and he hooked up, and he got her pregnant. And, you know, what does that indicate if he were to become I guess it wouldn't be the first lady, it would be the first man, right? You'd be the first man. Well, if the first man has, you know, such an easy ability to be swayed like this, then what does that do for national security? What if somebody who was a lot more beautiful than this particular lady actually was able to woo him over and then create blackmail? That's another layer of what's going on. And then we also had a story that came out a couple years ago that she herself is suffering from a lack of self-confidence, and she is a soul-destroying bully. And you can kind of see that in this particular picture, that she's just kind of tired and, you know, she's been through hell. I mean, I feel bad for her, but like, this is not president material. A person who loses 92% of her staff that are of color, which is another stat that just came out. You know, there's an interesting difference between black people and white people, which is that black people are much more aware on a general basis of the need to be respected. They were not respected. They were treated very badly, very poorly. And so I learned about this from hanging out with people from Harlem and listening to rap music. And the rappers are always talking about the fact that if you don't respect them, they're going to shoot you. You know, respect is very, very important in the black culture. So 92% of the staff who were of color said, I'm out of here. Well, that's because they won't tolerate disrespect. Whereas I think our, you know, Caucasian culture, we're more used to that. We're more used to not standing up for ourselves and not drawing those hard boundaries. It's not as important to us. We're willing to blame ourselves more often, think that we are the problem. I think it's just a basic cultural zeitgeist. So then at the same time all this stuff is going on, we're in the middle of a really crazy situation where Israel actually bombed the top Hezbollah leader while he was in Iran, blew him up, and Iran got really mad because they did this in their own, Israel did this in their country. So this is now actually saying that a major counterattack is about to happen. It hasn't happened yet. It could start as early as tomorrow. It says right here that Shin Bet is preparing an underground bunker for their leaders in case of war because, again, they're expecting a counterattack. So, you know, I just look at this as actions of the deep state, that we are in the final phases of something. And so they're starting the economic crash. They're trying to get another war going. They tried to kill 45. That didn't work. So these people are very dedicated, very aggressive. They want that World War III. We just got a big donation here. Jacob Almond. David, I've been following you since the 90s. I've kept trying to be positive and optimistic throughout this time. I must admit to becoming cynical. Are we really near a positive conclusion? Well, yeah, that's why I'm here. Oh, Digital Soldier said she is not black. Well, okay, you know, Kamala is part Indian, part Jamaican, I guess, something like that. So it's an interesting situation. Or her mother was Caucasian but born in India, which is, you know, kind of like what's going on with Obama. My point is that her staff, okay, demand respect, and that's why those of color, 92% were walking away. But anyway, we've got a big thing going on here. This is all building up to a crescendo. And we just had Jacob Allman donating and saying he's afraid. I would tell you again, please don't be afraid. Week after week, I'm reading you stuff from the Alliance. They're very real. And it seems hard to believe, but this is all part of a divinely orchestrated plan. They have the support of these higher angelic beings. I've been showing you crop formations where, for example, the beings gave me a dream that predicted an assassination attempt on 45 that then did occur. Candy Huang just donated. Says, tons of love for you, David. Thank you, Candy. So I had the prophetic dream. We've had crop formations that are predicting the downfall of the DS. This is divinely guided. And again, if you get into the fear, then you're not really paying attention. And I will explain it to you the best I can, but it's ultimately your own journey. Do you choose to believe in a benevolent universe, or do you choose to believe that evil is going to win? And I can't make that decision for you. That's your choice. But what I can do is to show you how these weird ancient prophecies about an ascension actually come to a head in the present. And honestly, this latest crop circle thing was so phenomenal. It really gave me hope. So the latest Alliance post on TG says that we're actually going to be able to get through September without the arrests. So we probably got at least 2 months left. That means I probably will take a vacation to Canada. It says right here, there's a lot happening in the dark right now. This is, again, the fountainhead of the Alliance, the main voice of the Alliance. Moves are being made, both good and bad. Stay tuned for a surprising September. So, again, the Michael Prophecies has a lot of this information in it, predicts that there are going to be arrests. It talks prophetically about so many of the things that are going on right now, and that alone should bolster your faith. The fact that I received these prophecies, I made 7 books out of them. We've got the Sacred Science video course, 10.5 hours. They are predicting that next year we're going to have this first wave of ascension. It's utterly impossible that there could be this many accurate prophecies in these 7 books unless this was actually the real thing. I'm not trying to brag. It's a very awkward thing in some ways to have haters who are so acerbic, and at the same time to know that the product is so good, but I have to promote myself. Nobody else who's a public figure has really taken this ball and run with it. So I have to promote my own material, because if I didn't, then nobody else would talk about it. And I get it. It's you know, this field, if you want to call it that, is very competitive, whether you want to call it the UFO field or the truth field or patriots. Everybody's kind of got their own little plot of land that they jealously defend. And so I've got my own information now that I have to be out here sharing with you, because again, there are some people who lack hope, they lack faith. But the simple fact that the Michael Prophecies is so prophetic, it goes beyond the level of amazement of Nostradamus or anything that's ever been done. Why did it happen to me? I don't know. I guess it's because I was Edgar Cayce in my past life. We have the same face, the same astrology. He had a number of very prominent lifetimes, including lifetimes where he was essentially a priest king, where there was a spirituality to the leader of the society at that time. So I have many past life memories of being in positions of command, positions of leadership, and having a high degree of spiritual anointing, spiritual authority. And in this lifetime, I had to go through extreme poverty and humility and had to build myself back up from scratch to get up to a point where I can be an influencer like this and have 500,000 subscribers and have lots of people listening to me. Joanne Chamis says, my soul is black. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. All right. Another DS commercial. I was able to skip it after 5 seconds. LOL. Okay, you can subscribe to the YouTube premium where you don't have to see ads. But again, I have to have ads on this or else I don't get any protection and we wouldn't even be able to do the show. So the ads are a necessary thing. And it also has been, frankly, one of the only sources of income I've had. As I said, I'm getting about 10 grand a month from that. My mortgage is like $6,200. And so, you know, there isn't a whole lot left over. Plus I've been helping a friend who's dying of cancer with my nonprofit. And so he's actually getting like $3,000 a month right there. So $3,000 of my money is going to help somebody who is one of my insiders and is dying. And both of them are actually, well, I don't know if they're dying. We're helping him stay alive longer. Let's put it that way. So yeah, even in this state where I have so little money, I'm helping somebody who otherwise would be homeless and probably dead already with, you know, at least $3,000 a month, sometimes more. So you add all that up, there's nothing left. And that's why I have to keep doing this. I have to keep doing shows so I have a stable income. But the company's about to get financed. And again, I could make, you know, quintuple the amount that I'm making now, if not more, if I simply did ads. But then if I did these ads, I'd only have to talk about somebody's product for maybe 30 to 60 seconds at a time. But in the process, they would tell me, you know, David, we don't like that you're saying blah, blah, blah. You really need to stop doing that. Oh, Kenneth Bates just donated $100 again. He says, keep the lights on. Thank you, Kenneth. Uh, Norman Love is saying an oxymoron. Why does Ezra Cohen post seem very pro-Israel? It's exactly the opposite. He's the voice of the alliance, I thought. I don't know where you got that from. It's exactly the opposite. Now, I am ultimately pro-Hebrew, pro-Jewish. I'm not anti-Semitic at all. I'm pro-Semitic. And I see that at the top levels of various countries, including that country, that we have problems with the leadership. So the DS now, a lot of it does appear to be coming out of that particular arena. But again, most of the people in that country are doing the right thing, and they're going to get their control back very soon. So I'm not too worried about it. Julie says, David, you've got a great soul. Somebody said, are you helping Sean David Morton? No. This is nobody you've ever heard of publicly, but he is one of my insiders. He gave me some very valuable insider testimony. And both he and his wife were backed into a corner where they were told that you either have to take this chemotherapy and radiation treatment or else we're cutting all your financial strings. Now, my opinion is that those are very dangerous things to do. You can get edema, your fingers swell up to the size of hot dogs. I don't think it's safe. I think it's better to not do it. That's my personal opinion. You do what you want, but he felt the same, and so this has been keeping him from having to go down that route. They cut him off on his pension. They cut him off on everything. So they literally have no money at all except for me. And to keep them alive, it costs about $3,000. We joke about, I say just 8 cents a day, but it costs about $3,000 a month. Sometimes, actually, I've been having to give him more now because he's had so many problems. But yeah, that's who I am. I'll take the last of my money to keep one of my friends and his wife alive because that's what I believe in is truth and justice and freedom. Son of the One says, what about predicted arrests in various years, 2012, 16, and 20? We've had a lot of things come our way, and somebody's like, oh, 10,000 a month from YouTube? Yeah, I mean, that's when you have this many subscribers, you can do a lot better than that. I've talked to others who don't even have as many subscribers as I do, and they're doing much better than I am financially because they're willing to do these pre-roll and mid-roll ads. So we've had a lot of fake outs on the arrests. I did think it was going to happen in earlier years. But because of the fact that 45 ran for office, they were able to circumvent that stuff and get into a modality where, in fact, this is now, we had the presidency from 2016 to 20, and I thought there would be something happening then, but instead, we have this interregnum period where, you know, it didn't go the way that we thought it would, and now there's this other situation going on, but in the meantime, the alliance has been creating a great awakening so that they don't have to do it with force majeure. It's all happening very peacefully without any excessive violence. I think it's going to continue that way. So again, this is a very exciting time because the Michael Prophecies, I didn't realize that I was going to have this behind me until 2021 September. I started to remember, didn't I have those readings I did back in 96 to 2000 where they were saying, and I put them all online, they were saying that there was going to be a coup over the military-industrial complex. And and it also said I would be the father of anti-gravity. And now I'm like, you know, I'd forgotten about that, but now I'm working in Stavati Aerospace, and we are working on anti-gravity. As soon as we get financed, which again is coming very soon, one of the first things we're going to start doing is a hover car project. So there's a lot of really exciting stuff happening right now. And again, the Michael Prophecies says that the arrests, once this happens, will lead to an ascension in 2025. And all I can do is continue to show you how credible these prophecies are. And it's up to you as to whether you want to believe this or not. But I was given direct briefings in 2009 from Dr. Pete Peterson, who introduced me to Chris Beskar and Stavati Aerospace, that there was this alliance. They were meeting secretly since the time of 1950s, and they built this thing called the Plan, which is how in the world do we stop this global tyrannical thing from happening? So if you awaken to that part of the illusion, you understand that there is some type of global negative group. That's part of the process, but a much deeper level of awakening is to see that positive forces showed up as well. We had Valiant Thor, who appeared in 1957 and gave a collaborative plan on how higher dimensional human ETs and these people from our own government would work together to create this ascension and create these arrests, which again is the only chance we have for freedom. If these people were not stopped, we would all end up living in a very dark situation. So again, in order to help keep my friends alive, so they don't have to go to chemotherapy and keep the lights on here, I am offering the Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies course. You can now get it for only $177 instead of the normal price of $333. And again, that's a $156 discount, and it's at thedisclosure.com. So if you want to get that coupon code to apply that discount, just type in actualization. So we need to keep moving quickly. I don't want to get bogged down in comments. And again, if you don't believe what I'm telling you, I'm sorry. I just want to give you as much hope as possible. And it's amazing that nothing bad has happened to us up until now. These guys keep trying and trying and trying. The negative keeps trying so hard to disrupt us, and yet somehow, time after time, it just works out. But it's ultimately up to you. If you can see the negative and you believe in that, but then you don't want to believe in the positive, that's the next level of awakening. That's the next level of coming into a sense of faith that what's happening here is actually benevolent and positive. And we had a really, really big, stunning endorsement from the higher forces that showed up just last week. And it began when my dog passed away on Monday the 22nd. I took her to the vet, and he recommended euthanasia because she had just had this black diarrhea all over the carpet. I have a white carpet upstairs. It was basically ruined. Thankfully, I was able to get it cleaned up with the help of a carpet cleaning company around here. Now everything's fine. I mean, it looks fine, smells fine, but it was a big, horrible mess. It took me 2.5 hours to try to clean it up. So after the dog passed away, I said, you know what, I got this guy, Steven. He's stalking me constantly. He's incredibly aggressive, and he seems to have no fear, and we're definitely suing him. As soon as I have enough money, we're opening up a massive situation. He may be able to work out a deal with us through plea bargaining by talking to the lawyer, but that's going to be for the lawyer and him to discuss when we get there. He's going to have to give up whoever is helping him with this because he's probably being paid. But anyway, this guy has been going at it for 7 years. He's been incredibly aggressive, incredibly disruptive. He's threatened us. He's made death threats. It's very intense. I had no idea how far this guy was going to go. So I did not announce my dog dying because, of course, he's going to try to hit me when I'm down, make me feel bad. Turns out that he did it anyway. I didn't announce it. The dog was euthanized on Monday. And then on Tuesday, I had this crop circle that showed up that was the same exact look as the badge on the business card that was left on my door when he actually swatted me. That's right. He called the police because he loves me so much. He called the police and said, David's abusing his dog. You need to go over to his house right away and see the dog because the dog is not being fed. The dog is convulsing. All these things were lies. You know, there was no video of the dog. And if I did show you the videos of her, she looked fine. So I got this business card on my door from the police. I happened to be asleep at the time. They actually showed up at the door for a criminal investigation of animal abuse. It was the Animal Welfare Division. And then on that same day, we got a crop formation that had the same exact image as the badge. So I'll show you that in just a second again. Again, the SWAT came in. They left the police card on the front door. And the overall geometry of the crop circle, which showed up on the same day, was the same. As I've said before, this was probably the greatest miracle of my whole career. It really showed me that despite what certain individuals are trying to do, and again, he keeps escalating and he's made death threats. You don't know where he's going to go next. Is he going to try to get a whole SWAT team in here? Is he going to try to come out here and kill me? You know, now he's subject to arrest if he does anything else, and we're in the process of getting an emergency injunction. So the cops were begging me, please, why haven't you sued this guy yet? I'm like, well, you know, doesn't really seem like it does anything. I mean, Corey Good sued all of his trolls in the so-called Dark Alliance, and they only got worse. They only got more aggressive, and it dragged out for 5 years, and it drained him of all of his money, and now he's just barely surviving. He's thankfully got some television deals, but this whole situation with fighting his trolls completely destroyed him, pretty much. So this was divine intervention. I mean, nobody's trying to say this was a man-made crop circle. I don't think it was. Some of you pointed out that the pentagons inside do look like dog houses. I hadn't seen that, but we also have what look like trumpets. And this would again be the idea of the trumpets of the archangel, which can be shortened to trump in the Bible. So this ties in 45 as well. And then also we have this fascinating thing where the Tesla turbine appeared in the formation. And I'll show you that again. The Ralph Ring testimony with Project Camelot discussed Otis T. Carr, who was Tesla's protege, and Otis T. Carr was given Tesla turbines that create anti-gravity. And Otis Carr actually built a Tesla flying saucer called the OTC-1 based on this concept. And I've talked about this before, so we're just going to blow through it really fast. This is Ralph Ring as he was when he did the Camelot testimony. He's deceased now. This is how he was in 1984. They actually did build a Tesla flying saucer using these turbines. This is a real picture from Ralph's archives of them out there with it. They got shut down by the government. They said, basically, it's the old game of gold or lead. Either you take this bribe or we're going to shoot you. And they were specifically told, Otis Carr was specifically told that he was undermining the economic security of the United States. Well, the reason why is, if you're flying around one of these bad boys, then it's got free energy. You don't need cars anymore. And once somebody buys one of these, they don't need to get fuel, and they have freedom. You can travel outside your own country. Borders become indistinct. And with free energy, you don't need to have a job unless you want to. You could go out and colonize all this undeveloped land. An enormous percentage of America is totally barren, no roads, undeveloped. You could land out there. You could have your own power supply. You could go camping, cook your own food, raise vegetables, and, get drone deliveries of any supplies that you need. You could live off grid forever. You don't need to pay for anything. You could build a family, you build your own house. They don't want you to have that kind of freedom. They don't want you to be able to go into space. There's all this stuff going on in space they don't want you to see. They have all these secret bases on the moon, on Mars, on various asteroids in our solar system, and all this technology has been withheld from us. And again, even the people in the DS are not on a need to know. There's only about 3,300 people on Earth who are even aware of this space program. And they all have very high-level security clearance. So again, Tesla made this invention of a special turbine that uses the squared circle concept, and all you have to do is rotate this thing. He called it the Utron, and you get anti-gravity. And it is a special type of coil. But again, you can see it up here. It says Utron Electrical Accumulator, the geometry of space in fourth dimensional physical form with the revolutionary Utron, completely round, completely square. So and notice that they got a square and a circle that they drew around that. So this does actually use the squared circle geometry. And in today's show, I'm going to show you why the squared circle is so important. The basic quantum space-time medium itself is built off of the squared circle. And so when you rotate something in the shape of the squared circle, if it's done right, you actually begin to harness this energy. It's like it sticks to that energy from the quantum medium, and it starts to spray out the edges. So this is what happens. Along the equator of this turbine, you get a spray of gravitational inertial energy. And when you rotate this and you put it inside that flying saucer that we saw, sure enough, it levitates. So this Roman road crop formation, as I've said before, not only did it illustrate the doghouse and the badge on the police officer's card that I got on my door, it also illustrates 7 of these Tesla turbines that I just showed you. And in order to see that, you got to zoom in up close. And sure enough, there it is on the left from the crop formation. There it is on the right, the actual Tesla turbine. I mean, the one on the left is very slightly pointier, and they had to do that to match the police badge, but it is a stunning match. So you got 7 Tesla turbines in a big ring, and that's exactly what we saw in the Tesla flying saucer. You got one big one in the middle, as you can see, and then a number of them, I don't know exactly how many along the sides. So you can see that this is an illustration of the Tesla flying saucer very directly, and it blew me away. I mean, I caught this almost immediately. And again, when you rotate the turbine, you get this anti-gravity effect. So you don't even really need to build it in the shape of 2 cones. It'll do the same thing, and Tesla discovered this in 1913 with just a central disk on an axle. This turbine alone, this was done in CAD by Chris Beskar. He actually built these, and they do create levitation. off of this original Tesla design patent from 1913, as you see right here. So now, unlike the other shows, I'm going to zoom in on the top. You can see it's patent number 1,061,206, filed originally on January 17th, 1911. Oh, there's 17. Patented, was granted on May 6, 1913. So there you can see where it's held inside a mechanical chassis. And in fact, here it is from the side. This is another version of it where you got the turbine off to the left. But the point is, something strange happens when you begin rotating this and you get gravitational thrust that emerges along the equator. And it really works. This is actually from Chris Beskar's machine shop where he was building one of these. And you got the cap there to show you the size of what it is. It doesn't require exotic metals. It doesn't require rare earths. And again, Chris confirmed that this device produces full anti-gravity. This is a quote from Tesla where he said, "My turbine is an advance of a character entirely different. It is a radical departure in the sense that its success would mean the abandonment of the antiquated types of prime movers on which billions of dollars have been spent." And I was really blown away when this crop circle got Chris and me talking. I didn't know about the Tesla turbine. I didn't know that you got full anti-gravity from it, but I had already written about in 2000 in my book, Science of Oneness, other turbines that look exactly the same that got you partial gravity results, partial anti-gravity, gravitational reduction. So to explore this again really quickly, the De Palma spinning ball experiment was the first thing that clued me into this, which I read in Monuments of Mars, Richard Hoagland's book back in 1993. Here it is in Chapter 4 of Science of Oneness. It's still on my website. You can go to that link and read it. And if you click on where it says Science of Oneness there, you can go to the beginning of the book and read it chapter by chapter. So this is the spinning ball experiment. If you take two balls from equal catapults with equal thrust, and then you release them into the air, you would think that they would both make a parabolic arc that looks the same. But it turns out that if one of the two balls is spinning at 27,000 RPMs, it has a levitating effect. It actually demonstrates anti-gravity. It levitates significantly higher than the non-spinning ball. And then what's also weird is that it falls faster than the non-spinning ball. So once gravity takes it over, it goes faster than the 10 meters per second squared. Now that's just a regular mass. Why would a regular rotating mass display anti-gravity? Well, this is something that starts to make even more effect when you get a rotating magnet instead of just a rotating steel ball. And again, the Tesla turbine only requires steel. It doesn't require any expensive metal like titanium. It's just simple steel and magnets. And yet, when you start rotating magnets instead of a ball, that's where you can actually get real anti-gravity. That's what Tesla discovered, and he got the patent in 1913. And it's just that we've had this criminal group that doesn't want you to know this stuff, and their time is now finally just about over, because again, when you rotate these turbines, you get free energy and anti-gravity, and it would eliminate our need to pay for energy. So the technology that we're going to have in the future is very, very exciting. And as I said in the previous show, this was first discovered by Faraday in 1831. He's one of the founding fathers of electromagnetics. So here we have a rotor, which is similar to the Tesla turbine. It's got an axle, it's got a flat plate that's magnetic, and then he's got two wires, one along the axle and one along the edge of the plate. And he found that when you rotate this, that you get electrical energy. Now, this is not the same as a traditional generator. A traditional generator requires two parts. It requires a stator and a rotor. And then the stator and the rotor both have electromagnetic energy going through them, but the stator, which is the one that you see on the left, has a bunch of permanent magnets, and they also have electromagnetic current going through them, as does the rotor. And the conventional view of electromagnetics is that there's something called flux cutting, that when you look at a magnet, it has these lines coming around it. If you've ever done that, where you put a bar magnet under a piece of paper and drop iron filings on it, you'll actually see these lines. So those are called flux lines. So the belief is that as this rotor is rotating inside the stator, that it does something called flux cutting, that these flux lines are being cut, and that's where the energy that the generator gives you is coming from. But it still doesn't explain how, if you put a magnet on your refrigerator, that it'll just hang out there indefinitely forever. That would imply free energy. And again, the Faraday system totally threw this whole idea of needing a stator and a rotor, the two components flux cutting, on its end. All you need is the actual rotor, and with this nice round disc in the middle, just like the Tesla turbine, it shoots out energy that you can harness into electricity. That violates all the laws of physics, and it suggests that the rotor is working like a lawn sprinkler. There's something in the energy around us that's fluid-like, and when you rotate something that's physical matter, like the spinning ball, it's spraying this fluid-like energy out, and one of the forms of fluid-like energy appears as is gravity. So as the ball is rotating, it's actually spraying out gravity, which causes it to rise higher than the ball that's not spinning. Same thing with the Tesla turbine. When you do this with a magnet, you get a much higher effect where you can actually get levitation. And this was found I talked about in 2000 with Dr. Brian De Palma. And he called it the force machine. And again, it's an inertial, it generates inertia and gravity as a rotating turbine. So this is similar to Faraday, similar to the Tesla thing. You have, again, the round magnet in the middle. There's a north pole in the center, a south pole on the outside edge. It looks like a huge lollipop. And then all you got to do is put the male terminal on the edge of the disc and then the female terminal on the axle. And you spin the thing, and by God, this magnetic gravitational energy is shooting out along the axle, and you can harness it and generate electricity. This is not supposed to be possible. This is called a homopolar generator. And apparently they are used secretly in, for example, submarines. Submarines are powered by these homopolar generators. And again, what we see is that, I didn't know this until just a couple weeks ago, the Tesla turbine is the same exact design, but Tesla perfected it where you actually get enough levitational force to lift the machine that it's in off of the ground if you build it right. But in the case of De Palma's end machine, he had this device where he's got two of these same kind of turbines. They're generating energy and gravity. And then he had something that almost looks like a railroad train, like the locomotive, and he's got this turbine that's making it go back and forth. And as this happens, it would show 4 to 6 pounds of weight loss, as we showed you in the previous slide. The machine would initially weigh 276 pounds. The gyroscopes would go counter-rotating at 7,600 RPM, and then the whole cylinder would be precessed at 4 revolutions a second. And if you did it faster than this, the thing would break apart. But if you ran it this way, it would show 4 to 6 pounds of weight loss. So, what I didn't talk about in any previous show, and that's, again, if you want more information on everything I just said, I've talked about it in the last 2 shows, both of them. But again, the concept is that everything is floating in this ocean-like sea of energy. Most physicists still want to call it the space-time medium, but before then it was called the ether, and the ether became a dirty word. It was believed to have been debunked by certain experiments that actually turned out not to be true, and yet even Einstein in some of his papers admitted that the space-time medium is basically the same as ether. The bottom line is you can call it whatever you want, potato or potato, tomato or tomato, but what you have is this fluid-like energy, and we know there has to be something there that's invisible. It's like a fish is in a tank of water, but he doesn't know that the water is there. He just has always lived in the water, and he breathes it, and it's not until he gets taken out of the water that he starts, asphyxiating from not being able to breathe. It's like, oh, wow, I really needed that water. I didn't even know the water existed. That's just the way I thought reality was. Well, in our reality, we have various things that arise spontaneously. If you cool something down to 0 degrees Kelvin or negative 276 degrees Fahrenheit, then you get what's supposed to be absolute zero. There's supposed to be no movement. Temperature is just movement. 0 degrees Kelvin is supposed to be the temperature where everything stops moving. But it turns out that if you get things that cold, there's still lots and lots of motion. It's called zero-point energy, because there's still energy when nothing should be moving. This is where this quantum medium gives us all of the atoms and molecules that are in our reality. The conventional physics is really dumb, where they say that all the energy in the universe was created in the Big Bang, and then nothing was ever created again. And that's akin to a religious belief that's very, very silly. The idea that nothing ever existed and then everything existed all at once in one explosion. Well, the physics that would have caused that explosion to occur, why couldn't it be something that's ongoing? And the answer is that's probably what it is. It's not something that only happened once or twice. It's something that's ongoing. And we see that. We see, for example, virtual photons. In 0 degrees Kelvin, you have supposedly no movement, but then these photons, bursts of light, appear out of nowhere. So the idea is that space and time itself, as Einstein said, emerge from this medium that he called space-time. And so before then, it was called the ether, but scientists just say, well, it's space-time, and it's this mysterious thing, and it doesn't have to do with anything except space and time. Well, no. The point is it's an actual energy source, similar to the idea that if you're growing rock candy, you have what looks like just a glass of water, but the secret is that it's got sugar inside the water, and it's in super solution, super saturated. You can't get any more sugar in there. The crystals will just lay at the bottom. And then, let me use one of my funny cigarettes. If you take if you take something and you dip a string in there, over the course of a few days, you get these crystals that grow on the string from the sugar. So atoms and molecules are like that. They are crystallizing out of this quantum medium that science doesn't want to call the ether, but it does have fluid-like properties. And the way I learned all this is by reading people who were debunking conventional science. Richard C. Hoagland's hyperdimensional model, I was exposed to it in 1993. I was fascinated by the spinning ball effect. And Dr. Harold Aspden found something even more outrageous than the spinning ball effect, which he called the Aspden effect. And he found out that rotating a turbine creates inertial gravitational effects. It's the same thing we've been talking about. He basically did the same thing. He had a rotor, and he rotated it, and he found out that it had a very, very strong anti-gravitic type of effect. But again, he didn't get it to work the way Tesla did. He only got part of the way there, similar to De Palma. He didn't quite make it, but he found out something that should be taught to every physics student in every physics class, in my opinion. So this is where I wrote about it. Again, it's in Science of Oneness. And this was originally published in the 1995 February edition of the New Energy News from the Institute of New Energy, Volume 2, Number 10. A very, very amazing thing. You take this magnetic rotor, and the ones I already showed you, like the Tesla turbine, is basically what it looks like. You bring it up to a certain speed of rotation, and then you suddenly bring it to a complete motionless stop. Now, normally, you would think that if you spun the turbine again, after doing that it would take exactly the same amount of energy to get it to go back up. Shouldn't be any easier to spin it the second time, right? Not true. This is what Aspden discovered. If you don't wait more than 60 seconds, if you do it within 1 minute, and then you bring it up to the same speed of rotation again, you measure how much energy it takes to spin it the second time. And then this is a quote from the paper. After a magnet has been rotated and then brought to a complete stop, it will take 10 times less energy to bring it back up to the same speed, providing that you spin it again within less than about 60 seconds. Holy crap. 10 times less energy? If it takes a certain amount of energy to get this glass spinning and get the water spinning, but then you notice if I rotate the water in here, right, and then I stop moving the glass, the water is still spinning in there. So it would appear that there's some kind of fluid-like energy inside the magnet itself. And inside the magnet is this fluid-like energy that's still spinning, which actually contributes not only to electromagnetics, but to gravity and inertia. So that when you try to spin the rotor again, the water inside, if you want to think of it that way, the water inside the magnet is still swirling really fast. And it takes 10 times less energy to get it spinning again. That's exactly what he discovered. So here's the trick. The original rotation of the magnet, let's say it takes 1,000 joules of energy. That's just a measurement of energy. 1,000 joules of energy to get it up to full speed. If you spin it again in 60 seconds or less, now you only need 100 joules, which means the energy within the magnet, like a liquid, is spinning even once you stop the magnet from moving, just like I showed you with my glass of water, the water would be spinning. And this creates propulsion. So there is some type of direct relationship between electromagnetic energy and gravity. And it's as if this gravity or magnetic energy is like a fluid spinning inside the rotor. And again, you can visualize this with this Tesla turbine. So again, you can look at it that way, or you can build two cones, which is similar to the Utron. That was one of Tesla's later discoveries. If you don't build it just like this with the axle and the flat disk in the middle, but if you actually make it with two magnetic cones, then you get even more anti-gravity. And so that's one of the things we're going to be experimenting with in our upcoming Stavati projects, is we're going to try to do things with this regular Tesla turbine, but we're also going to use Ralph Ring's notes and build it in the Utron style with the two cones and see if, like what Tesla apparently discovered, if we get even more anti-gravity, and it's going to work even better with even less energy this way. So again, the Aspden effect shows that if you take something like this and you spin it for up to 1,000 joules of energy to get it up to a certain rotating speed, it takes 10 times less energy to get it spinning again if you do it within 60 seconds. And the energy that it's creating as it does this is spraying out from the equator. So this is very interesting. There's something about matter that we don't know. And Dr. Aspden took this much farther. He built an entirely new model of physics out of this. It's a new quantum model of the ether. I read all of his papers. They were very dense, and I'm going to try to simplify them as much as possible. The original website's no longer online. You can find it on archive.org. It was energyscience.co.uk. I found his website and the Aspden effect in 1998 while I was researching these frontier physics after Richard Hoagland's hyperdimensional model. I was trying to expand upon it because I said, you know, the spinning ball thing is cool, but I don't think we really understand what this is, and we haven't built in any anti-gravity with it yet. But clearly the implication is that if you do the right stuff with rotating magnets, you're going to get anti-gravity. And in fact, that's what Tesla discovered in 1913. It's when it got patented. So here's a very important thing here. Aspden's model shows that the ether, or what Einstein would call space-time, is a series of cubes, and you can imagine it like a cubical grid. Endless, the whole universe is filled with an infinite number of these cubes. Well, not quite infinite, but just about. And then inside each cube is a sphere, and the sphere can rotate inside the cube. So this is now the basic identity, the basic footprint of what the ether actually is, what space-time actually is. And this guy Aspden was a very advanced theoretical physicist. He was the head of patents for IBM in Europe. He was no joke, very serious dude. And again, this idea is that the virtual photons and all atoms and molecules, everything that we know, is arising from this invisible geometric lattice that is made of a tile of cubes that have rotating spheres inside. And the spheres rotating is actually how you get the fluid-like effect. You could have a big matrix. If you think about the rotor again, imagine that all those atoms are made from this invisible matrix, and that within that matrix there are rotating spheres. Some of them rotate, some of them don't. And so some of the spheres rotate, and that allows for this fluid-like effect. As some spheres rotate, then the spheres next to them rotate. It creates the equivalent of a current. And this current actually spits out energy particles that then manifest in our reality and cause things like electromagnetic energy to appear, which is your free energy, cause things like gravitational force to appear. And that gets back to, as I was saying in other shows, the charge clusters, the basic Salvatore Pais experiments that were patented by the Navy. That's their anti-gravity system. You roll energy off a needle, as I've said, you get this little ball, and the ball has both anti-gravity and free energy. So those balls are emerging from this cubical matrix with rotating spheres inside. Sometimes that matrix spits things out. Normally it's a virtual structure. It's invisible to our normal instruments. And as I said, the rotating spheres inside allow for waves to occur. And this is similar to a liquid crystal display. If you remember in the old days when you got the LCD calculator you would see that the calculator has like the number 8, and the 8 is made of, 4 crystals on the top and 4 crystals on the bottom. And when energy runs through the crystal, it's no longer clear, it turns dark, and that shows you the number. And then you also remember that when you would push on it with your finger, you get this kind of rainbow rippling effect. There's liquid in there, so it's a liquid crystal. And when they run current through the liquid crystal, it turns color, and that's what shows you the digital readout on your calculator. So the liquid crystal concept is very important, where you have crystals that also behave like liquid. And that's what the ether is. The ether is essentially like a liquid crystal. So then another thing that's really important in here is the number n. And that's where it got really confusing for me when I was first reading about this. He's got the cubical tiles of space-time, and the number n refers to electron-positron pairs. They're both about the same size in the quantum, but they oppose each other. And then the question is, how many of these will fit into one of his spheres inside these cubical tiles? So I know it sounds confusing. I'm going to explain it all to you as we go on. But the basic bottom line is that in Aspden's model, he has different densities of the ether, just like we see in the law of one. And these different densities of space-time have slightly different n numbers. In other words, the size of the cube is slightly bigger and bigger and bigger, or smaller and smaller and smaller. And then the size of the sphere gets bigger or smaller. And then the number of electrons and positrons you can pack in there gets bigger or smaller. So this is very, very interesting, because he used freshman year physics equations that all came from original pioneers like Michael Faraday and other, just ordinary physics equations. And then he rearranged them, and he shows you how he does it in his books. And again, a freshman physics student should be able to figure these things out. If you go back to the original Faraday equations, they have the ether written right into them. It's not even questioned. It's just part of the equations. And so again, what we're seeing is that there's different densities of the ether, which is exactly what we talked about. And another very, very critical thing is that each of these densities, depending on how many positrons and electrons you can pack into that cube and that sphere, they will give off different microwave frequencies, and they're very exact. And he has all the equations, and he shows you this. So if you're wondering, David, where... God damn it, son, I'm getting all confused. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about right now. Well, just hang in there, because, again, you got to remember that our whole universe is built off of different densities, and they're like different sizes of cubes that are all packed together in a big lattice. And then those cubes have spheres in them. How many electrons and positrons can you pack into each sphere? They're slightly different, and it has an exact number. So like one of the basic numbers is 1839, 1,839 of these electrons and positrons. And then you'll go down to 1838, 1837, 1836, and that's how many of them will fit into one of these spheres. And this is what's so crazy. Each of these different sizes of the ether, as these different cells in the ether, give off microwave frequencies that are not just theoretical. These microwave frequencies actually appear in the galactic light that we get from galaxies. So now what does that mean? This ultimately means that galaxies have chakras, in which, again, we can measure them as having different microwave frequencies. And those microwave frequencies are actually being seen in our telescopes coming off of galaxies. They're actually very easy to measure. They're normally called redshift, but it's not redshift at all. It's actually density. So the law of one says that we're in third density and we're moving into fourth density. So in fourth density, we're actually going to have a more compacted space where everything is denser, and you're going to now cram in more energy into a smaller... Actually, it might be the opposite. I think that when you get to a higher density, the sphere actually gets larger and you're packing more energy in. That's what it is. And so the highest energy densities are in the center of the galaxy, and then they move away from the center, and I'll show you how all this works. There are onion-like layers of energy density expanding away from the center. So this is the equivalent, as I just said, of like galactic chakras. If you can imagine an onion, and the onion has these different layers in it, now imagine that the layers of the onion are like waves of this quantum energy that's invisible, and the waves are expanding through the galaxy, and as they hit stars, the stars undergo a spontaneous quantum shift. All of a sudden, each individual microscopic tile of space in that star is having more electrons and positrons pack into it, and that causes an energy surge which leads to a solar flash. And that was part of Dr. Aspden's model. He believed it would cause a supernova when we go into one of these new domains. So again, galaxies have chakras. They're expanding away from the center like an onion. And when your star suddenly hits a new region, it has all these new amounts of electrons and positrons packing in, and it produces the solar flash. So I'm going to explain to you a little bit more about how this works by going into the work of Dr. William Tifft, who actually found all of the numbers of this microwave radiation that Dr. Aspden was talking about in galaxies. So again, it's a little bit complicated, but it works like this. Dr. Aspden found a multidimensional universe. He defined each dimension by how many electrons and positrons you can pack into these little cubes. And so when you have them at different frequencies, they give off different microwave forms of light. And sure enough, he could calculate this in his equations, and then we found out that those forms of light actually appear in the galaxies, all over the universe, everywhere. It's unbelievable. It means that galaxies are multidimensional, and they have these wave-like ripples of higher dimensional energy that transform your solar system. Dr. William Tifft was the one who actually discovered this, so this is really, really cool. And it starts with the discussion of redshift. Redshift is typically seen as a measurement of distance in regular astronomy. And what does that mean? They have something that was called the Doppler effect. If you've ever you're standing on the side of the road, and like if you're at a racetrack, for example, and race cars are going by and they go, like that, right? As the race car is coming towards you, the speed of sound goes at a certain speed, but then the speed of the race car is pushing more sound at you at a faster rate. So the frequency of vibration of the sound actually goes up. It goes higher. And then as the car goes away from you, the sound is taking longer to get to you. So the number of vibrations per second goes down. It goes, and the pitch decreases. So Sir Edwin Hubble was one of the people who came up with this, and the idea was the Doppler shift, which is that certain stars are moving away from us in the Big Bang, and as they move away from us, the microwave energy goes to the red side of the spectrum, and if a star is moving closer to us, the microwave energy goes to the blue side of the spectrum. So that's what they usually believe, that it's a function of distance, whereas again, both Tifft and Aspden said, no, it's actually an energy frequency. But astronomers do not want you to debunk this because this is the sacred cow of astronomy. What do I mean by that? Redshift is the primary tool for determining distance. Okay, so that's all they've got. It would be like taking your driver's license away and saying, okay, well, I want you to go deliver pizzas to people, or I want you to deliver takeout, and I want you to do this DoorDash type of business, but I'm taking away your driver's license and I'm taking away your car. So now you're only going to be able to walk to people's houses. Well, you're never going to be able to walk far enough to get to people's houses to make that job viable. If you take away their ability to measure distance, many people's whole degree is based on that. Their whole entire PhD thesis is based on that. Their life's work, which they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to get that college degree, is based on this idea that redshift means something is moving away and blue shift means that something is moving closer. They're going to get really, really mad at you if you tell them that's not true. But again, even today, this is commonly seen as the way that it is. And they will fight to the death. Just like my troll, wants to come after me with swatting. It's the same kind of thing. They are going to get really mad at you. They're going to threaten you. They don't want to publish your paper. Because if you take away their basic instrument, it's like you took away the ruler. Now they don't know how far away anything is. Now it's like, well, okay, I guess we really don't know anything about astronomy anymore because we lost our ability to measure distance. So the first way that this was done was by Dr. Halton Arp. He destroyed the model of redshift equals distance. But here's a typical thing. You could find it today online showing you redshift equals distance. So again, the wavelength on the bottom in lambdas there, that's microwave frequency. And then those black lines are what's called black body radiation. You measure how much of these lines you get off of a given star, and then you see where the microwave vibrations are. So you'll notice here that as you're looking at the very distant galaxy, look at that on the far left, the very distant galaxy has most of those vertical lines of microwave energy it's giving off towards the red end of the spectrum, which is 700 lambdas. Whereas then you see it says distant galaxy, and nearby star. When you look at what's happening with the distant galaxy, nearby star, then you'll notice that those black lines are now appearing blue shifted, which they believe it means that they're closer. So again, this would be cool, this would be great. Regular astronomers want to believe this is true, but it's actually not true at all. And here's an article about this from the Telegraph. This was an obituary for Dr. Halton Arp. There's a picture of him at the bottom. He was an astronomer who faced scientific exile after daring to question the Big Bang theory of the universe's creation. Because again, the idea is the universe exploded and then everything is flying away from us and it's all doing redshift. And you measure how far away it is with redshift. It's actually not true at all. It's very embarrassing for astronomers. Nobody wants me talking about this. Halton Arp began looking at quasars and noticed many appeared to be lying right next to galaxies and sometimes in alignment with them, even though they had very different redshifts. In 1971, he claimed to have found a bridge of gas joining a galaxy named NGC 4319 and a quasar that sits next to it in the sky. And again, their redshifts were totally different, so that would mean they're supposed to be very, very far apart. So there's the NGC 4319. Here's another image of it. And sure enough, if you look closely, what we have here is the galaxy 4319 on the left. Then you have this quasar, which is Markarian 205 on the right. And you can even see there's a little tunnel of gas. So that little thing that looks like a light bulb next to the galaxy, that's not supposed to be connected to that galaxy. If redshift is real, it's supposed to be like millions and millions and millions of parsecs further away in the universe. But they clearly look like they're connected. And so this was one of the big ones that he used. And when you do it under this type of special view, and we're going to zoom in even closer here, what we see is Markarian 205 is directly connected by a luminous bridge to NGC 4319. But notice that NGC 4319, the redshift is measured in a Z, okay? So it's got Z equals 0.006, whereas Markarian 205 is supposed to be much farther away at Z equals 0.07. So again, 0.7 versus 0.06, these numbers are massively different. A Z of 0.7 should be much, much farther away than 0.06. So they're going to get really mad at you. They don't want you talking about this because, again, it throws their PhD in the trash. It throws their whole theoretical model in the trash. Every paper they've written uses redshift to determine distance. This is how they're smart. And again, a lot of times, scientific revolutions like this don't really happen until the people that defend the old model simply die. Like people thought the Earth was flat. They didn't want to believe the Earth was round. They had to die off. Or in the case of Copernicus, we had this geocentric model. We thought the Earth was the center of the universe. Nope, it's the sun. The sun is the center of the solar system. The Earth is just another planet orbiting the sun. Now, we can't accept that. What do they do with people like that? They want to burn you. They want to call you a heretic. They want to torture you. They want to lock you up in prison for the rest of your life, like Galileo and Copernicus. This is exactly the same thing, folks. So what I'm telling you is it's so complicated. Again, you might feel a little bit intimidated, like, what is David saying? Well, the point is these redshift values represent dimensions. They don't represent actual distance. So the quasar is actually in a higher dimension than the galaxy in this case, because it's got a higher redshift. So Dr. Arp found many, many examples of high redshift quasars connected to lower redshift galaxies. And this, again, got him nothing but hatred and scorn. And that's why the main book that he wrote on it was called Seeing Red, because he saw redshift a different way, but seeing red is a code name for people being angry. So then Dr. William Tifft took this much, much farther than Dr. Halton Arp did. And again, I'm moving through this quickly. I could spend hours talking about this stuff. I'm giving it to you quickly so you get to the point. This is where it gets extremely bizarre, because he discovered that the redshift only occurs in certain quantized intervals. And that's very, very bizarre, because if it's all about distance, how could everything in the universe only be one of a certain number of distances away from us? You're telling me the whole entire universe is a big set of rings and the Earth is in the center of that? That's what it implies. It's obviously not true. But again, quantized redshift, get into it. This is what he found out. So it says the distribution of redshift differences for double galaxies. And then you see here, it says in the accurate radio sample upper and the best optical sample lower, numbers are counted in units of 36 kilometers per second, and with the number of n equals 72, blah, blah, blah. So again, 36 kilometers per second. So quantized redshift. What is this really saying? Again, these quantized redshift numbers were actually found in Dr. Harold Aspden's quantum model as the same numbers that we get from dimensions, different planes of existence, different densities in the quantum ether give off different microwave frequencies that are exactly the same numbers that Dr. Tifft found in these galaxies. So that means galaxies have different dimensional levels in them, and it causes solar flashes to occur. When you get a new dimensional level that hits your star, you got more electrons and positrons packing in to each tile of space, and the star has to release that extra energy with a solar flash. So this is incredible. And I found this back in 2000. I was writing about it back then, and then I revisited it in late 2016, early 2017, and it's around episodes 200 to 210 of my show, Wisdom Teachings on Gaia, where I was talking about this, and I'm condensing it so that you can understand it. But again, this is the scientific proof for the solar flash. It's very robust. It turns out the whole universe has this quantized stuff, and the quantization means dimensional frequencies. So Dr. William Tift's research was covered in an April 1993 issue from Discover magazine, and the title of the article is Man Stops the Universe, Maybe. Nobody wants to believe this stuff because, again, they get really mad. They don't want to lose redshift. So I don't know if it's still online right now, but this was the article link back when I last looked at it in 2007. Hopefully it's still there. If you believe Dr. William Tift's data, there are problems with the modern cosmos. For instance, maybe, repeat maybe, it isn't expanding like in the redshift model. William Tifft is 61 years old. He has white hair, a decidedly unflamboyant style of talking. In other words, he's very humble, and no obvious penchant for self-promotion. But you know, when you do this kind of stuff, everybody wants to accuse you of being an egomaniac because you're destroying and slaughtering their sacred cow. His every outward manifestation, from the neat trim of his mustache to the sharp slant of his small handwriting, bespeaks of a meticulous, methodical manner. He is devoted to his data, so he's a hardcore scientist. And he's an astronomer from the University of Arizona. He's been collecting data for nearly 2 decades as of 1993 that has the potential to cut off at the knees all of modern astronomy, cosmology, the Big Bang, and dark matter. Everything that we thought we knew was wrong. This is going to make everybody mad at him. That's why you've never heard of him before, unless you've seen my stuff. I don't know if anybody's ever talked about Dr. William Tifft except for Aspden and me, honestly. Tift's data, or as he stresses cautiously, one interpretation, suggests the universe might not be expanding. It probably still is, but not as much as they're saying it is. If a galaxy's light is redshifted only by the expansion of space, the amount of redshift, he's still trying to say that redshift is distance. It's not really. The amount of redshift should depend on its distance and not on the type of galaxy that it is. Plus, galaxies' redshifts together should form a random distribution, since their distances should be random, right? That's obvious. But Tift's observations over the past 20 years have convinced him that neither of these conditions actually apply in the real universe. Quantized redshift is only certain quantities. Lately, a few of his peers, but only a few, have come to share his conviction. We got 4,500 people watching right now. And I am bravely slaughtering the sacred cows of astronomy. Now I'm going to have all those guys mad at me. But wait a minute. If you get dimensional levels instead, it's worth it. It's a good trade-off, okay? It's a good trade-off. In the 1970s, while observing clusters of galaxies, Tifft first noticed that the redshift determined on the type of galaxy that was emitting the light. Spiral galaxies, for example, had higher redshifts than elliptical galaxies that were hanging out in the same cluster. Well, wait a minute. Shouldn't redshift mean they're farther away? Then what the hell are they doing in the same cluster? It's not distance. Dimmer galaxies tended to have a higher redshift than brighter galaxies. Oh, crap. That means everything was wrong. Observing other clusters and pairs of equidistant galaxies, he made an even more startling discovery. He found that galactic redshifts took on only certain discrete values instead of being randomly distributed. So how in the hell could that be distance? It's not. In other words, redshift appears to increase by quantum leaps. And again, what is redshift? It's just a frequency of microwave radiation. You could call it light, but it's above the visible light spectrum. So it's just a microwave frequency. The Doppler effect is a great guess. Right? Okay, wow. If it's red, it's farther away. If it's blue, it's closer. Isn't this awesome? Now we can calculate where everything is. It's wrong. God damn it! Oh, I've had it! Right? People get so upset by this in the astronomy community. Quantum leaps of 45 miles per second if you interpret redshift as a galaxy's velocity. Well, wait a minute. That can't be possible. They can't all be exactly one distance away from us in quantized intervals. One distance, then another distance, nothing in between. Tifft modified his conclusion by saying redshifts of some types of galaxies were distributed in intervals of a third or half of 45 miles per second. So he found sublayers, but again, they're all evenly spaced like layers of an onion. The basic idea is the same. Galactic redshifts are quantized like the energy states of an atom. So again, the atom has these orbitals for the electrons. They're evenly spaced. They're going out from the center of the nucleus. Now, galaxies are behaving even more like atoms. They have orbitals of microwave frequency. Has nothing to do with distance. You throw redshift in the trash. That makes people very upset. So that idea has never gone over very well with most of his peers. The editors of Astrophysical Journal only grudgingly published his first paper in '76. But in an unusual disclaimer, they said they could not endorse the idea, even though they were not able to find anything wrong with his observations. So in other words, this is Galileo's priests who refused to look through the telescope. They said, okay, well, we know you did it right. We know that you found these quantized intervals. There's nothing in between, but we're not ready to give up redshift, so screw you, get the hell out of here. Yeah, we'll publish your paper, but we're never going to acknowledge you, and we're never going to give you any credit. That's basically what happened. The reasons for their dislike are not hard to fathom. If the universe isn't expanding, there would be no reason to believe it ever compressed into a single point. No reason to believe it began with the Big Bang, and that's one of the things they're the most addicted to. If redshift is not a measurement of velocity and distance, then the argument that most of the universe is dark matter, which is primarily an assumption based on these galactic velocities, that whole dark matter paradigm falls apart, and then you get the ether instead in higher dimensions, which is much better. Cosmologists are very loath to toss their 20th century cosmology into the garbage. Nobody wants to give up redshift. Tift's basic idea is that redshift could be the intrinsic property of the galaxy. Again, it's a dimensional frequency, represents planes of existence actually, galactic chakras, and not merely something done to its light as the light is traveling through space. Dr. Tifft thinks that some type of quantum mechanics is governing galaxies as it does the atom, that galaxies occupy various energy states, and each one has a characteristic redshift. And again, when we get back to Dr. Aspden, we're going to find out their dimensional levels, which is going to cause a solar flash. It is not at all clear what that means. So, as these zones actually, Tifft says, change over time, as this galactic energy expands into your solar system, your star suddenly goes from giving off energy of one frequency to another frequency, nothing in between. It's stepwise, it's quantized. It goes from, let's say, 72 kilometers per second to 144 kilometers per second. Woof! There's nothing in between. The star just goes boom. And again, in Dr. Aspden's model, it's because you're packing more electrons and positrons into each tile of the space-time medium, and all that energy has to go somewhere, so you get this big explosion. So you get a dimensional shift. That's exactly what all of these ancient extraterrestrial prophecies told us. Again, Graham Hancock wrote Fingerprints of the Gods. This came out in 1996. The thing that blew my mind the most was that we've got 35 different ancient cultures telling us there's going to be a solar flash and that we're going to turn into Christed beings, that we're going to have superpowers, telekinesis, telepathy, levitation. And I said, how in the hell, how would the star, our sun, go through this type of quantum shift that would cause it to burst? Well, this is the physics, folks. This is the physics, and I wanted to get this out just in case anything ever happened to me. Yes, it's a little bit complicated, but if you do the math, if you dig in and read these papers, this is going to be the science of the future. It's going to be something that everybody knows in the future. It's just going to be like boring kindergarten class. Oh, yeah, the whole thing with the redshift and how we used to think it was distance. Now we know that's not true. So the solar system undergoes a dimensional shift caused by this. And this is what's so amazing. More recently, this was in 93, Tifft has also claimed to have evidence by observing the same galaxies over a period of only 10 years that the redshifts are changing over time. And I'll show you a quote later on saying they're actually expanding away from the center. The stars are not expanding away from the center. This is the key. The stars are staying in the same place, okay, but the galactic chakras are expanding. These microwave frequencies are expanding so that when it hits your star, you get the solar flash, and your star has an instantaneous quantum shift, and it starts giving off an entirely different quality of microwave light that has an entirely different measurement of redshift. That's what's about to happen to our sun. When our sun goes through this change, it will give off this big burst of energy, and it will now have a new microwave frequency that we will be able to measure that it has changed, and it will happen all at once, spontaneously. And because we're living in a spiritual universe, don't think of this as a bunch of boring equations. This is a dimensional shift. This is paranormal. It means you're going to see and talk to ghosts. It means you're going to remember your past lives. It means you'll be able to levitate. All because our sun went through a quantum change. And he's watching these ripples go through galaxies on a galactic level. After only 10 years, he's seeing new stars that have changed their redshift. So obviously that has nothing to do with how far away they are. We may be seeing some form of galactic evolution taking place before our very eyes, and that's what's happening to us now. So again, these layers expand outwardly from each galactic center like layers of an onion. And so this is actually Tift's diagram of how this happens. So this is actually the dwarf galaxies in Virgo, but you could also envision this as the same thing for an individual galaxy. Seeing is believing. So what he found was that galaxies look like this in the redshift. So if you look in the center, it says 90, and then 80, 70, 60, 50, and then you look down at the bottom, it goes to 10. So for the redshifts to go from 90 down to 10, if that was a function of distance, it would look like a very elongated cone. I mean, the center should be much closer to us, actually, than the outside edge, and it would look like this expanding cone moving away from us. So there's something really strange going on here. Galaxies have these layers, and again, these layers are on the move. They're expanding away from the center. So now imagine we're about halfway down in the middle of the Milky Way, maybe 2/3 of the way down. that these ripples, it's like if you dropped a rock into a lake and then there's ripples that come out from the waves. Those are like these galactic energy waves. And when that super wave hits us, man, your star goes through a spontaneous quantized shift. It gives off new light. It's in a new dimension. And the whole space-time medium itself now has more energy packed into it in the number of positrons and electrons, as I was saying. So this is what our galaxy looks like. This is what all galaxies look like, actually. Every galaxy we've ever seen has this happen. And here's some other diagrams of the same thing. So again, they acknowledged that he did good work. They acknowledged this is what's happening, and they begrudgingly published it, but they said, we're never going to talk about it because you just messed up our whole entire redshift model. We want to have a driver's license. We want to calculate how far away everything is. So galaxies, Dr. Tifft argues, might evolve from higher to lower redshift states. This is their dimensional shift as they go into higher dimensions. Thus, the farthest galaxies exhibit the greatest redshift, not because they're flying away from us at nearly the speed of light, but simply as we look in vast distances of space, we're looking backwards in time to when they were first born and they had the highest levels of energy. Nearby galaxies, on the other hand, whose light reaches us more quickly, are showing their true age and therefore have a lower redshift. Well, that's kind of what it is, but again, it's layers within the galaxy. So now I'm going to read you this from Times UK, October 14th, 1996, one of the only times anybody gave him any publicity. The story began with the discovery in the 1970s by William Tifft from University of Arizona that speeds of the galaxies, again, that's not really what it is, were always multiples of 72 kilometers per second, based on their microwave frequency. Redshifts should be able to take any value, but Dr. Tifft showed they were quantized and restricted to certain values. This appeared impossible, but more recent research by Bill Napier at Oxford and Bruce Guthrie of Edinburgh Royal Observatory confirmed it. They were trying to debunk him, and then it turns out they got the data anyway. Explaining why is very tricky unless you assume, here it is, that redshift doesn't really tell us anything about the distance or the speed, and this would undermine the entire basis of cosmology. So here's an example of quantized redshift in action. What we have here on the left is a variety of galaxies, 1055 plus 20, 3C208, 3C204, 4C546, and NAB 24 plus 22. Now, if they were actually truly randomly distributed, then their wavelengths of redshift should all vary, but instead, they all have the same quantized variables. So this is very bizarre, and it would mean, again, you can see there's one line at 3,000, one line at 4,000, one line at 6,000, and they all share these same three spots. There's nothing else. So wait a minute, they're all exactly the same distances? Well, this is the same problem Copernicus was dealing with. Earth would become the center of the universe, and then all the galaxies in the whole universe are related to us, and they're only one set of distances away in these perfect shells with nothing in between. Well, that is so ridiculous. So again, astronomers are all pissed off about this. They don't like it because this would mean that everything that they are doing is wrong. This also causes the finger of God effect. And here's a link where you can see this, which again, if you look at the actual cluster of galaxies, it looks like what you see on the left. It's a nice spherical area. But then when you look at it by redshift, it appears that it all spreads out into this big cone. And so this is the finger of God effect as it applies to the Virgo cluster, where the redshift implies that it's all kind of spreading away from us. That's not really true. That's not what it is. And here's another example of the finger of God, okay? So now I want to show you again that Dr. Harold Aspden's science reveals that these quantized layers in the galaxies are really dimensional levels. And again, once you know this, you are empowered because this is the theoretical science that proves that our sun is about to go through a quantum dimensional leap. And 35 ancient cultures from extraterrestrials had this knowledge. So the extraterrestrials aren't going around trying to use redshift for distance. They know that redshift means dimensional levels. So this is the amazing contribution of Dr. Harold Aspden, that the redshift is a dimension. So just so we can go through a little of his background, he's got an incredible number of titles. As you can see here, the PhDs and all this other stuff. He's considered by many, this is from his biography on his website, As a brilliant theoretical physicist, electrical engineer, again, he discovered the Aspden effect, an inventor from Southampton, England, and his career with patents resulted in being the director of patents for IBM in Europe for many years. That's a very prestigious job. During his life, he wrote many useful books, publications, and research papers that are invaluable to anyone interested in a theory that explains all of the physical constants, their derivation from first principles, etc., and also delves into the field of what mainstream science calls alternative energy sources. So I need to stop here for a second and talk to you about this. Notice what it says here, a theory that explains all of the physical constants and derives them from first principles. So this would include, things like the Planck's constant, the fine structure constant, the Feigenbaum number. If you get into physics, as I did, there's certain constants, and they don't really know what they are. They just know that, like, it works this way because they've measured it. So, for example, the fine structure constant is how much an atom jiggles. You're looking at an atom now, and when an atom is hit by a photon, it jiggles a certain amount. If the atom is bigger, it has a bigger jiggle. If it's smaller, it has a smaller jiggle. And then when the atom spits out an electron, it jiggles again. And so the amount of jiggle that it has is based on its size, and it will stay, the jiggle stays the same based on the size of the atom. And that's called the fine structure constant, okay? Similarly, we also know that at the quantum level, energy does not move in a steady stream. It moves in individual packets. And those individual packets, if you have a higher amount of energy, the packets will get bigger. If you have a smaller amount of energy, the packets will get smaller. They're literally like individual particles, if you want to call them that. So the fact that if you increase the energy, the particle gets bigger. If you decrease the energy, the particle gets smaller. That's a constant, and it's called Planck's constant. And it was discovered by Max Planck. No other physics model is able to take basic foundational equations and calculate how these constants work and why they work, and then get the exact mathematical values that they produce. Nothing else has ever done this except for Dr. Harold Aspden's physics. It also, some of the same stuff comes out in the work of Dr. Dewey Larson. I have to give him credit for that as well. The Law of One endorsed his work, but they didn't talk about Dr. Aspden. The guy that was doing the Law of One questioning Dr. Don Elkins, he didn't know about Dr. Aspden. But again, the simple fact that he explains all of the physical constants and was able to derive them from first principles is something nobody else has ever done except maybe Dewey Larson. It's incredible. This is the physics we should be learning. We shouldn't be learning the crappy physics that we're getting now because they know the constants are there because they can measure it, but they don't know why. So Aspden has done something totally incredible. He was way ahead of his time, but because he killed a bunch of sacred cows, nobody wanted to take it seriously, and now he's gone, and the website's only accessible on archive. So one of the things I want to do is preserve Dr. Aspden's legacy, because again, this is the science of the solar flash, it's the science of dimensional shifts, and it's totally amazing. So this is something nobody's ever done, explaining the physical constants from first principles. So again, he tells us that the ether or space-time behaves like fluid crystals. And this is an excerpt from his website. 19th century physicists were puzzled by the ether because some of its properties tell us it behaves like a fluid, but others tell us that it behaves like a solid. This was from a perception at a time where nothing was known about fluid crystals. The displays in many pocket calculators use electrical signals and rely on the properties of a substance that, like the ether, exhibits properties characteristic of both a liquid state and a solid state. Okay? His own onward research into this subject tracks evidence of the ether being able to exhibit rotation, angular momentum, inasmuch as a sphere of something having a mass density spins around its own axis without disturbing the enveloping ether. So again, the ether is like a solid, and that's the matrix of crystals, of squares, of cubes, right? All the cubes are stuck together. They can move like a solid, But then inside each cube is a sphere that can rotate on its own axis, and that's how it can behave like a fluid, because these currents can pass through the spheres even though the cubes are all staying in the same place. That's what makes it so cool. Nobody else has ever discovered this but him. Such is the vista that opens, provided we keep faith with an ether belief and do not allow our minds to be usurped by Einstein doctrines. And there he is, tutorial 5. Now, the next thing you need to understand is the muon is a gateway particle between the electron and then the whole size of the atom. And he built this whole quantum medium off of muons. I'll show you exactly what they are. Oh, we had a donation here. Killer Boots, man. 1999. Thanks for everything, David. You should check out the work of Derek Johnson. I'm not familiar with him, but thank you guys. So, yeah, this is very exciting. Hang there with me. We got a little bit more technical stuff to get through, but it pays off so well because now you have the scientific proof of the solar flash. We're coming up to the 2-hour mark here, but I want to get through this. It's very important. This is stuff I really love. I mean, it took me a long time to learn what the hell was Aspden talking about, to figure out how all this stuff works, but I did get through it. So let's go back to that slide now, and you'll see where this is going. So the muon is a large subatomic particle. It's an intermediate between an electron and a proton. It was first discovered in 1936 in Caltech, and it's exactly about 206 or 207 times larger than an electron. They measured them in bubble chambers and basic quantum mechanics experiments. Typically, if you can see one in a bubble chamber, it only shows up for 2.2 microseconds. And this is the second longest decay time after the neutron is 15 minutes. Everything else disappears much faster. So this actually sticks around for a while. And it's produced, again, by high energy interactions with matter. You do an atom smasher like in CERN, and you can get these muons. They're exactly about 206 times larger than an electron, which is a very specific thing. So this is how you would measure one in the bubble chamber. You see it, there's a particle spinning around, and then you calculate these characteristics. So here's a chart of different types of matter. You see at the top it says matter, atom, nucleus, proton, and quark. So you're getting smaller and smaller as you go off to the right. And then again, below that, you see where you're in the category of leptons and quarks. So then down here below electron is where it says muon, a heavier relative of the electron, 206 times larger. And then here's a picture of your particle zoo, and they're showing relative sizes of things. And you can see you got your proton, neutron, electron up at the top, and then there down at the bottom is your muon. So again, it's 206 times larger than an electron. Aspden's whole model means that the invisible stuff around us is actually built out of tiles of things that are the size of muons. So he says, next I must introduce a particle that does not play a direct role in gravity, but it dominates the whole stage. This particle provides the energy that keeps all the action alive. It is hidden in the center stage. It's invisible, but it's the heavy electron, also known as a virtual muon, because again, the muon doesn't become physical until you see it in a chamber. They have a mass between 206 or 207 times an electron, whereas another particle called a tauon is 3,485 times larger. Now, physicists will tell you that quantum electrodynamics applied to the field activity in the vacuum medium is made alive with electrons, muons, and tauons, and their antiparticles appear in pairs as if from nowhere, and then they disappear again, but they do not tell you how any of this accounts for gravity. I mean, this is one of the things so frustrating. You don't really know how to get gravity out of subatomic particles. Well, Aspden's model does, and the muon is the secret, okay? So here again is the chart that shows you the muon, and then below that is the tau particle, which again is significantly larger. They will not tell you how all this accounts for gravity. Indeed, they do not know, because they have not bothered to learn about what I'm revealing to the world in these tutorial notes. And this is again in his tutorial 6. So then the next thing that you have to know is that the muons he joins together in pairs, and he called those cuons. And again, he imagines that these are spheres rotating in a cubical matrix. So this is what you want to see. If you haven't already been able to visualize this, this is essentially now the secret face of God This is the background energy unit that ultimately is responsible for gravity, electromagnetic energy. He cracked all these physics mysteries nobody else did by showing again that you have a muon-sized particle inside a cube and it can rotate on its own axis. And that's what he called the QAnon. So when he draws this diagram, notice here that he's got a series of circles with dotted lines. Those are supposed to represent spheres. He didn't draw the tiles of cubes, but notice that they have different arrows. And this is because some of them are rotating in different ways than others. So what he's intending to show you here is how in this big matrix of cubes, some of the spheres are rotating and others are not, and that's how you get your fluid-like behavior, okay? If you feel lost, don't worry, we're almost done with this stuff, but you'll get the point as we go on. The ether comprises of cubic cells of side dimension d, again, that's just a measurement, and in each such cell there is a sphere called a QAnon, denoted the Q's in the above figure, which has a charge E balanced by an equal amount of negative polarity, dispersed uniformly as the continuum charge alpha. And we're not going to get into all that stuff, but this is just the basis of it. You may now be wondering how there can be an orderly circular motion of particles inside a crystal structure where it can still dissolve and allow the particles to counterflow. And again, that's because they all rotate on their own axis. So I don't need you to understand this next part, but for the people who do understand physics, I want to show you this. So if this freaks you out, just hang on for 1 minute and we're going to get through it quickly. I promise you this is all going to turn into solar flash very soon. So he says he just presented the analysis of the basic energy quantum of 412 electron mass units could be derived from his theory, which is actually followed by 2 muons. Remember, there are 206 times the electron? Well, you add 206 and 206 and you get 412. So this is, again, stuff where he built these equations. He cranks out this number, 412.665816. He does it from freshman year physics equations. He jiggles them around. Lo and behold, the basic energy quantum of the background of space-time itself is 412.6 of these. It's 2 muons. So he actually figured out that, yes, it's a muon-based quantum medium. Muons are the key because, again, they're the intermediary between electrons and protons in the atom. So everything around us is ultimately a big muon matrix, and he called them QAnons because they're opposing pairs. That's just the name he came up with. So it's tempting to suggest the unit cell of all the space around us, all this hidden stuff that makes our reality, is built from pairs of virtual muons in general migration, providing equilibrium for the lattice so that it all holds together and doesn't collapse. And then he says this lattice particle is called as a QAnon earlier in the tutorial. So this is the definition of space-time itself, the definition of the ether. The ether is a sea of energy in the form of heavy electrons, which we call muons, existing in opposite polarity charge pairs. And sure enough, this is the basic yin-yang symbolism. This is the underlying idea that ancient Chinese and Asian seers saw as the yin-yang, that there's these two oppositional flowing things. And it was interesting because my ex-wife, Elizabeth, she had an ayahuasca vision. I'm not getting her in trouble saying that she tripped out. She's admitted to doing that. But in one of her ayahuasca trips, she saw the whole universe as built from these opposing energetic pairs that were beneath physical sight. And so she was actually intuitively seeing on psychedelics the very quantum model that Dr. Aspden had discovered here. And it's the same thing that we see in the yin-yang diagram. So you don't have to do the equations to understand this. This is just showing us, again, simple freshman equations can be combined together to show us that the universe is actually made of an infinite number of cubes with muon-sized spheres inside of them. And as ripples run through this, they can spit out into our reality and create atoms. They're creating matter. They can create gravity. And so when we rotate the disk, like we see in the Tesla turbine, we're actually causing those spheres inside the cubes to spin and spit out gravity. That's what's actually happening, creating a fluid-like current. And that's why, again, in the Aspden effect, You spin the rotor, and then you stop it from spinning, and you wait less than 60 seconds, and it takes 10 times less energy to get it rotating again. That's because in the background of each atom that makes up that magnet, you have these spheres, and the spheres are rotating on their own axes inside, and the rotation is still happening. So now they're creating gravity that only kicks in when you start spinning it again. So you see, this is a theoretical foundation that explains how you can have that solid magnet, but then there's this water-like substance inside that's rotating at the same time. I mean, to me, this shit is really fascinating, and I hope you're not getting lost, but again, we're almost through all the technical stuff, so just bear with me a little bit longer. None of you have left. You're all still here, 4,500 people, so thank you. We're almost done. This provides a bombardment of all sectors of space at the ether frequency. As the muons move around, they expand, annihilate, and reappear elsewhere in their initially contracted form. And again, they can spit out and become particles in our physical reality or gravity. Muons all have the same electrical polarity in any local region of space, and they repel one another and form a simple cubical array. Unlike the situation in solid matter, where atoms are bonding together as if they're attracted to one another to form compact structures, such as body-centered cubic or face-centered cubic lattice systems, ether adopts a simple cubic geometrical structure. This makes our calculations much easier. And he says, as far as the calculation goes, we can divide space into cells that are cubical and say that in each cell there is a single round muon. So again, it's the squared circle. And now that I'm showing you this, remember, this is what is all around us. This is the fundamental basis of all reality. So when you take certain chemicals, right, entheogens, you start seeing this geometry. People call it the universe. They don't really know what they're looking at. What is the yin-yang? What are these geometric mandalas? It's the fact that our whole universe is built off of this structure, the squared circle at the intrinsic level. So the next thing that's really going to unlock the mystery of the solar flash, and it took me a long time to really get this all put together and figure out what the hell he's talking about, is what the hell is it with this number 1843, and why does the chart always show 1843? Okay, if you're looking at this sphere, what you need to understand is that there's, for each tile of space that he discovered at the muon size, you can fit exactly, not one above or less, 1,843 electrons and positrons into this spherical muon. So again, there's the sphere in the middle. It has 1,843 electrons and positrons that fit inside of it exactly. And once you understand that, then your headache goes away. Oh, thank God. Okay. Now I know what the heck the 1843 means. Now I'm not going to get lost when he talks about galactic chakras and solar flash, because the basic unit has 1843 electrons and positrons inside that sphere, just like I show you right here. That's what you got to remember. Then now that number 1843 means something to you. So again, he says that 1843 is the number of electrons and positrons formed inside the sphere he calls a muon. Indeed, it was this notion that put me on course for deducing the precise value of the proton-electron mass ratio. So again, it's a little bit more, it's way more than I want to do, but all of the different constants that nobody can figure out why they are, the fine structure constant, Feigenbaum number, Planck's constant, etc., everything comes back to muons that hold 1,843 electrons and positrons. That's exactly how big they are. That's the secret of his model. And he also points out that this is ironically very close to the number of electrons that fit in a proton, which is 1836. They're only off by 7. So there's that. It's called the proton-electron mass ratio. The value is 1836. And again, nobody really knows why that works that way, but it all fits into his equations. So this is the stuff. I couldn't figure out what the heck this was for so long. Okay, it goes from 1843 to 1841 to 1839. And then he says R is the radius of the sphere inside the cube, and D is the distance of one side of the cube. So now I finally figured it out. It's like, okay, this is what he does. He tells you how many electrons and positrons cram into the sphere. It starts at 1843, goes down to 41 and 39. The R number, as he said, is the radius of the sphere, and then the d number is the diameter. So he's calling it here, the sphere is the quantized activity of the ether in terms of its unit cell dimensions. And then from this is how he's able to calculate Planck's constant. Well, again, that's one of the really basic fundamental constants, and they don't know what it is, but just by having this understanding, you can figure it out. So it's really cool. To know Planck's constant, understand how the ether sets up this relationship of E equals HF. If you study any physics, you know that one. That's just the basic relationship between energy quanta E and the electromagnetic frequency of F. This takes us a long way forward to decipher the secrets of the universe. This is tutorial number 10. Now, I had my own unique spin on Planck's constant, and here it is. It's a geometric value. If you take a tetrahedron and stick it inside a cube, it fills exactly 1/3 of the volume of the cube. So if you make the volume of the cube a 10, then one tetrahedron is 3.33, or 1/3. Two tetrahedrons fill 2/3, or 6.66, out of a volume of 10 in the cube, and Planck's constant is approximately 6.6. So you get a slight drop from 666 due to Coulomb's equation, which is the energy, the permittivity of the vacuum. And again, if you study physics, you'll know what I'm talking about. Thus, what this is really saying, and I could go way much farther on this, is that all photons are actually tetrahedral Merkabas. So that's 1/3, and then again, you have the Merkaba, the two tetrahedrons put together, 2/3. They typically measure the volume of the cube as 10. This is just what they do. It's called tiling. The 10 means that if you say, okay, there's a volume of 10 in the cube, then we can measure what's inside there as a subunit of 10. So my physicist friend Rod Johnson was the one who discovered that Planck's constant was a Merkaba, that a tetrahedron is a Merkaba. And again, I could do an entire episode on that. I'm not going to. So again, he was able to calculate Planck's constant using this muon quantum matrix. It's really amazing because nobody else has ever done this in physics. It blows my mind. So now we're going to go back to this magic number 1843 electrons and positrons in the sphere. He says, is it not curious that these integer whole number values that correspond to how many of these electrons and positrons fit into the sphere, or the Q-on energy potential as he calls it here, they vary slightly in excess of a minimum zero value expressed in the number of electrons and positrons, happens to be so close to the proton-electron mass ratio of approximately 1836, as he was saying. So we're not going to go through all this. Again, we're almost done. But there's incredible mathematical proofs, as I said. All of these different things the scientists are measuring, they don't know what the hell they are. His model solves all of this stuff. It's totally brilliant. Bearing in mind the linking connection with the derivation of the proton-electron mass ratio, 1836, as we just saw, the value of the fine structure constant, which again is how much an atom jiggles as electrons leave it or as photons enter it. The case in favor of this theory is overwhelming, and I'm not going to bore you with any more of that. That's tutorial 8. So when he does the fine structure constant, all of a sudden we now have gravity given an electromagnetic explanation. This is very, very exciting. And again, I guess it's online right now. Hopefully that website is still up there, haroldaston.com, tutorial 09. And then what he shows you is, in his equations, the gravity becomes electromagnetic. Well, that means if we can control magnets and we can control electricity, we can control gravity. So you see, this is another reason why they don't want you to have this science, because now all of a sudden we can make gravity with electromagnetic energy, and that's what the Tesla turbine does. The crop formation that I showed you is what led me down this rabbit hole and said, you know, I got to talk about this stuff, man. If something ever happens to me, I don't want Harold Aspen's science to be lost. So gravity is electromagnetic, but it is tuned. Gravity is tuned where it will only interact at the resonant frequency of the ether itself, which is, again, this cubical matrix that he's talked about of muons that happen to be at this Compton electron frequency. So it comes as no surprise that the ether can spontaneously create electrons and gravity. However, the ether is a sea of energy in the form of heavy electrons that he's called muons, as I've showed you this, opposing polarities, And this provides a bombardment of all sectors of space at that frequency. As the muons are moving around, they expand, they annihilate each other, and they reappear elsewhere in initially contracted form. So holy crap, wait a minute. This guy figured out how to create gravity out of electromagnetic energy? Yes. The model is totally integrated. It's beautiful. This is the science of the future, folks. On the theme of gravity, there are electrical charges that share this organized, synchronized motion on the universal scale, also containing energy in the form of electric charges migrating around at random. And so this is tutorial 4. Now we're finally getting to the good stuff, so if you're a little bit bored, hang in there because we're at the very end of this now. Now we're up to tutorial 10, and this is where his same equations cranked out the microwave frequencies that Dr. William Tifft found in galaxies. It's frickin' mind-blowing. But if you didn't understand that there's 1,843 of these electrons and positrons inside the muon, that sphere in the cubical lattice, if you didn't understand that, this is going to go way over your head. So I had to explain that first, so please bear with me. We're almost done now. Already in tutorial number 8, I explained that my theory shows the ether has levels of energy density. That's what the law of one calls dimensions, at which it becomes, as it were, locked into a quantum state corresponding to integer values, like 1839, as we saw. There are many such different domain regions in the whole expanse of the universe, so this is really cool. His own model allows for energy densities, which is exactly what the law of one says different dimensions actually are. This is how you calculate them. I just showed you what he's doing to calculate these densities. It's incredible. You can read much more if you want to get deeper into this. What promises to be equally fascinating is that this theory extends out to regions of outer space that have vastly more energetic activity than what we see in our own solar system. So these, again, would be higher dimensions. And so this corresponds with what the law of one calls subdensities. I'm not going to explain the law of one again. It's a channeled set of materials from the early 80s. It's the basis of my life's work. But now I want to show you how this integrates with the law of one. So he says, okay, you guys keep saying the word density. Could you define the word density? These are supposedly 6 density extraterrestrials, very, very advanced intelligence that's speaking to us telepathically. Could you define the word density as we've been using it to give us a greater idea of the concept of this term when you use it? And then again, as I've said before, the same source that's Archangel Michael in the Bible showed up in Egyptian times as a time traveler as Ra, and then the Egyptian priests turned it negative, and that's where you get the deep state from. Their religion was a negative contortion of something that was originally a Christian teaching. Remember we talked about how the Great Pyramid is a monument to the coming Christ, that it's got all these prophecies in time of the coming of Christ and the coming of the telegraph, movable type, 1440, the Renaissance, the Reformation, 1521, specific dates, World War I, 1914, World War II, 1945. It's got 9/11, which is the year 2001. It's got the 2008 economic collapse, and it even cranks out the year 2025. So the Great Pyramid, again, I'm not going to do all that stuff again. It shows a crucifix on the ground with its gleaming white casing stones. When it was first built, it looked like a marble sculpture. It shows a cross on the summer solstice on the ground, on the sand in the desert around the pyramid. And it actually has a crossing line where you take the angle of the ascending passage and it crosses right through Bethlehem, where Jesus was born. Plus the highest, the pyramid has the 153rd course is where the King's Chamber sarcophagus is, and that represents the time of no more death. It's an open tomb, right? So that sarcophagus is on course number 153, which is biblical because there's 153 fishes in Jesus' net. So there was all these clever Christian games and codes built into the pyramid, including this prophetic timeline that shows the birth and ascension of Jesus as being the path that we're all going to follow. So this is why when we hear from Ra, it's not evil. It's actually a time-traveling Christian angel, okay? That's all it is. The term density is what you would call a mathematical one. The closest analogy is that of music, whereby after 7 notes on your Western type of scale, the 8th note begins a new octave. Within your great octave of existence which we share with you, there are 7 octaves or densities, Within each density, there are 7 subdensities. Within each subdensity, there are 7 sub-subdensities, and so on infinitely. And then this is where we get into parallel realities. This is so freaking cool. Look at this, folks. This blows my mind. He asked the question, continuing with what you were just talking about, namely densities. I understand each density has 7 subdensities, which again have 7 more, again have 7 more. Okay, I got all that. This expands at an extremely large rate as everything increases in powers of 7, like the 7 colors in the rainbow or the 7 notes in the diatonic octave of music. Does this mean that in any density level, that anything you could ever dream of is happening in some other parallel reality? And that many things that you never thought of are happening, they are there. Everything is actually happening in some parallel subdensity. This is confusing. And then the answer is, from your confusion, we select the concept that you are struggling with, which is that of infinite opportunity. You may consider any possibility, probability complex as having an existence. Wow. So everything actually that you have thought of, this is one of the things they talk about. Any thoughts that you have, anything that you create with your thoughts, you're actually a creator. So any thoughts that you have are actually creating parallel realities in some other density of existence somewhere, sub-density somewhere, where it's actually real. So your dreams are actually real. When you create a thought, you're creating a reality. They say that we are creator beings. So the reason why demons exist ultimately is that they have been created by humans who are having thoughts of evil, and the law of one says thoughts become beings. So thoughts of evil become evil beings, and there are these other densities that exist in what they call Earth's spherical energy field. And there's 7 densities of hell. Remember Dante's Inferno, there's the 7 levels of hell. Well, those are the 7 subdensities of hell. And then within the subdensities are sub-subdensities, and there's 7 of those, and then sub-subdensities. So anytime that you have an evil thought, and you're having a thought of like hurting someone or killing someone, there's some layer of existence in these 7 hells where that is actually taking place. And this is what Uncle Jack called layered time, mate. It's all different layers and they're all interconnected. So it's fascinating. And the law of one just said you can consider any possibility or probability as existing in some subdensity. Wow. Everything that you could ever think of exists somewhere. And then the question is, what's the timeline that you are on? What's the timeline that you are actually creating? Which one are you actually on? So I find it really incredible that no other physicist has ever, except for maybe Dewey Larson to some degree, has ever figured out how to generate all the standard quantum numbers that we get, Planck's constant, fine structure constant, proton-electron mass ratio of 1836. But then Aspden actually did. And again, the main function of his model is that the universe consists of geometry, sacred geometry, the squared circle. And the squared circle is cubes with little spheres that can rotate inside of them. And the basic unit has 1,843 electrons and positrons that fit into a sphere. 1843, remember that number. Once you have that, then you can change the mass number, knock it down to 1841, 1839, and that's now how many electrons and positrons fit into the sphere. Those are the different subdensities that Ra is talking about right here. Those are the actual physical equation definitions of these parallel realities that Archangel Michael or Ra is talking about, which are different dimensional levels. And it's so freaking weird that when you're at a different dimensional frequency, different number of electrons and positrons in the sphere, that it gives off microwaves, and they appear in galaxies as what Tifft recognized as quantized redshift. So this whole model, it actually has theoretical, factual application. You actually see these microwave values corresponding to 1843, 1841, 1839 You actually see them as these rings of energy in galaxies. So now we're going to bring it all home. Couple scary equations, but by now you should probably understand this pretty well, almost. Again, the theoretical derivation of the fine structure constant, the jiggling of an atom, where n is 1843. This is the only part you need to know. It's confirmed by the 72.5 kilometer per second redshift quantization that Dr. William Tifft discovered in galaxies. Wow. So it's not just theoretical stuff that he did. It actually has practical, measurable microwave values in the light that galaxies are giving off. That means these are planes of existence. That's what he defined them as. Galaxies have these expanding planes of existence, and when they hit your star, you're going to get a solar flash, and he's about to explain that. Okay? In a couple lines ahead here. Spectral lines, which is what we were just showing you, the redshift lines, are shifted between 72.4 and 72.6 kilometers as you go from the number of particles inside the sphere going from 1841 to 1828. So again, that's why I had to explain what the 1843 was, because if you didn't get that, none of this would make sense. But again, it's the number of electrons and positrons that cram into that sphere in the middle. That's all it is. Recent media interest has drawn attention to discovery by Tifft that the differences of recession speeds or redshift in galaxies were always multiples of 72.5 kilometers per second, later confirmed by independent observers. So here comes the Holy Grail chart where you can see this. Again, we have the n number. Now I've explained that. It starts at 1843. This is how many electrons and positrons you pack in there. Then the n/n-4/9. He explains what all that is. And then the real key is on the right. It directly cranks out your redshift values in kilometers per second. So again, just so that you don't forget this, the main quantum unit that he found had 1,843 electrons and positrons in it. That's the n that you see at the top of the graph. And then as fewer numbers of them pack into the sphere, you get these different redshift values that appear to be moving farther away from us, but they're really not. So that's the secret, folks. He had equations that actually show you that these layers in our galaxy represent dimensional frequencies. It's unbelievable. And now I'm going to show you how they turn into these solar flashes. So this is, again, more redshift of these layers. You see it's always onion-like in the Virgo galaxy cluster. So, as can be verified, this is Tifft Aspden talking, the 72.5 kilometer steps reported from astronomical observations precisely match with this theoretical discussion, found that a further 10 steps take it through 72.5 to 72.6, and this is confirming his theory where he derived the fine structure constant at parts per million levels of precision. So again, it all checks out in the equations. The conclusion we reach from this is the remarkable result that galaxies can, so far as their different space domain origins and primary radiation sources, lock into slightly different sets of fundamental physical constants. Well, it just means different dimensions, okay? The author recognized the need to accept the existence of these space domains even in our own galaxy in Chapter 16 of his book from 1972 and also Chapter 8 in his book from 1980. Now check this out. These domains have bearing on geological events, such as magnetic pole shift, occurring as our solar system moves through boundaries separating adjacent space domains. So what that means is that he is expecting catastrophes. He's expecting drastic Earth changes. His model allows for drastic Earth changes to occur because whether it's the sun, you're now packing more electrons and positrons into the sun, and it has to burp out somewhere, you get a solar flash. Or if it's inside the Earth, you're packing more energy into the Earth's core, you get a pole shift. Okay, so the pole shift, the catastrophic activity that we see, is actually defined in his model. It's incredible. And now we're going to talk about the sacred geometry of the squared circle, because again, this is in his model, the muon is a sphere rotating inside the cube, as we saw. And there's that diagram of that again, and that's the squared circle, which showed up in these crop formations that we just saw. And if you go back into sacred science, the squared circle symbolizes the union of the physical world and the divine. But it also, of course, as we now know, is the blueprint of the actual quantum field that we're around. And you're going to see that when you see the yin-yang. You're going to see that on entheogens, psychedelic experiences. You see this weird geometry. You're like, man, what the hell is going on here? You know, you're actually seeing the intrinsic energy that makes our universe. And so that is defined by the squared circle diagram. And now I want to show you again how these crop circles showed us the squared circle. So this was the crosshairs that again appeared the day after the shooting of 45, and it does square the circle. You got the circle inside there that's invisible, but then the square around it and these 4 little circles on the outside. And again, we saw the crosshairs from the previous year, and it appeared on June 11th, 2023. And somebody just pointed out last week the shooting occurred at 6:11 p.m. So that's another weird, dazzling synchronicity. These beings do time travel, so they knew about the shooting a year in advance, and they deliberately encoded the time. Then again, we also had the NATO symbol, and I talked about how we had this flying saucer crucifix formation there on the right, which again hints at the squared circle. The formation on the left shows it as well. And here's just a couple angles of the squared circle formation, and it was right next to a barrow. We talked about the bullet. I've done that in plenty of shows. It's got the crosshairs and the bullet, which also looks like the photon with the 2 tetrahedrons back to back as they travel through space. That's what it looks like. So this is really exciting because, again, it points out that there's a Grand Cross formation on August 14th. This is a big astronomical alignment that's coming up. There might be some very exciting historical events coming then, as I've said. But I didn't get into this before, the Earth and the Moon squared circle relationship. This is fascinating. I left that behind before, but some of the people talked about it in the write-up on crop circle connector. So now I'm going to delve into that a little bit. He says Stonehenge was once used to study the monthly phases of the moon. Circling the square, monthly cycles of the moon studied at Stonehenge. So this interesting shape has lots of holographic connections to our life and the cosmos. For example, if you look at the human body as drawn in Da Vinci's diagram, the Vitruvian Man, you find out that, holy crap, the human body itself does the squared circle. When you see the man and he's got his legs together, his arms are out to the side and his feet are positioned together, touching each other, he draws the sides of the square. But then, when he puts his arms and legs out in this star pattern like this, he draws the edges of the circle. So we are made from this squared circle quantum matrix, right? There's this quantum matrix out there in the universe of cubes and spheres, which are really squared circles. And the human body has the image of God, the image of the squared circle in the pattern of the body itself. Is this an accident? Absolutely not. So again, you don't have to understand all the ins and outs of the physics. We're not going to go through those anymore. But the point is, I wanted to give it to you in enough depth that you could see that this guy was able to derive all the basic physical constants of quantum physics from these equations based on the idea that the squared circle is the secret of space-time. It's all a bunch of muons, and these spheres can rotate on their own axes inside these cubes. And by God, that's what the human body is showing us. Now, if that's not weird enough, it gets even much, much stranger when we see that the Earth and the Moon also do a squared circle. This has to have been the result of some type of divine intervention. It's the only explanation. If you see the Earth and you see its exact diameter, this is a precise diagram of the difference between the width of the Earth and the width of the Moon. So if you take the Earth and you draw a square around it, and then you square the circle that you draw inside the square crosses exactly through the center of the Moon. And this would only work with the Moon being the exact diameter that it is. It's even stranger when you look at the fact that you can take 12 moons and they all exhibit this squared circle relationship on the four sides of the square. And it's even, so that's also, like, again, really weird divine design stuff. The Earth and the Moon have to be exactly the right widths for this to happen. It trips me out every time. Also because the diameter of the Moon is 2,160 miles. And in the squared circle relationship, you get exactly 12 units of 2,160 miles, 12 moons. Well, the great year is of 25,920 years. There's a solar flash at the end, as we've been saying. And each age of the zodiac, the age of Pisces, the age of Aquarius, whatever, is 2,160 years in length. You add up 12 times 2,160, you get the precession. You get this magic 25,000 year number that all of these ancient 35 prophecies around the world talked about. And it perfectly is drawn by the squared circle. I mean, that is just like, maybe you have to be on some entheogens to kind of get it right now. I don't know. But it trips me out so much. I just, oh my God. And it was all implied by the crop formation because, again, you can square the circle 4 times around with the Earth, and then all this really, really strange number stuff starts to happen. So here it is. You got the radius, the diameter of the Moon is 2,160 miles. You got the radius of, on the left there, between the center of the Earth and the center of the Moon is exactly 5,040 miles. And then the width of the entire Earth in this is 7,920 miles, pole to pole. Well, these numbers are very, very curious. They're not regular numbers at all. They suggest divine intervention, that the Earth and the Moon were designed on these weird sacred geometry principles. Because wait till I show you the rabbit I'm going to pull out of the hat now. This is freaking crazy, okay? So just remember, the diameter of the Moon is 2160. The diameter between the Earth and the Moon is 5,040. And then the diameter of the entire Earth is 7,920. So first of all, if you look at that radius of the Earth and the Moon that I just showed you, 5,040, that is the number that you get when you multiply 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7. Oh, man. Like, what? What? How did that happen? The mile has to have been chosen. The exact size of the Earth and the Moon have to have been designed. They're not random at all. Some type of super being made it this way so that you get 1 times 2 up to 7 like that, as I just showed you. Holy crap. It really works. It's totally mind-blowing. Good luck explaining this in a dead universe. That's not what's going on, folks. So holy crap. It's so exciting. So the 5040 is the one on the right. And then the exact polar diameter of the Earth is what we see on the left, 7,920. Wouldn't you know? It's 8 times 9 times 10 times 11. Are you going to try to tell me this is a coincidence? You going to try to tell me somebody made this up? No. No, this is so freaking I mean, it's like your brain wants to blow out of your ears. It's like, oh my God, whoa. Holy crap. 8 times 9 times 10 times 11 is the exact diameter of the Earth, yes. And we also see it in Stonehenge, which is so weird. Stonehenge encodes all of these measurements. Look at that. Instead of it being the width is of the Earth is 7,920, the width of Stonehenge is 79.20 feet. If you draw those circles to square the circle, the little moon circles, they're 21.60 feet, and the polar diameter is 50.40 feet. So whoever designed Stonehenge knew the exact diameters of the Earth and the Moon in miles and all this amazing numerology that you could do with it. So you're telling me Stonehenge? I was just watching Time Bandits, the new show on Apple TV Plus, and they were showing the building of Stonehenge in the first episode of this new show. It's very campy, very silly show. Basically made for children. It's not really made for adults, in my opinion. And they're showing Stonehenge being built by cavemen, and the stones are falling on them, and they're getting crushed, and they're really stupid. And come on, stupid cavemen did not do this. They did not design Stonehenge to show you in feet the same proportions of the Earth and the Moon relationships. Oh my God. Okay, so now let's look again at the 5,040 miles, the distance between the Earth at the center and then the center of the Moon. Now we're going to multiply it by itself, 5040 by 5040. Guess what happens, folks? It is exactly 1 times 2 times up to 11, and then you put that in brackets times 2. That's the number. Again, it's like your brain is going to blow out of your ears. It's like, oh my God, wow. The only explanation for this is a divine design. The only explanation for this is the Earth was made by some supernatural being, and then it designed the English mile and the English foot specifically to encode these sacred relationships so that we would hopefully one day be smart enough to go back and discover this. And again, it's the squared circle, which is the magic secret to understanding the structure of the ether and higher dimensions. Holy crap. So now we're going to do another one. We're going to look in the top right there, 7920 miles, 2,160 miles. We're going to multiply those together, and this adds up to 10,080, which happens to be the exact number of minutes in 1 week. Holy crap. It's freaking mind-blowing. So these relationships between the Earth and the Moon and Stonehenge, whether it's the Earth and the Moon in miles or Stonehenge in feet, they're very indicative that we had divine beings design all this so that we would one day discover this again. And believe me, they did in the 1700s, and it became a Masonic secret. This was very classified stuff. You would not know this unless you were an initiate into secret mystery schools. And it goes a lot farther than that. The exact number of heartbeats that we have, I forget what it is, if it's heartbeats or no. I'm trying to remember. There's another really cool one involving 25,920. Oh, that's what it is. The exact number of days in the typical human life of about 70 plus years is 25,920 days. And the exact number of heartbeats and breaths that we have in one day is about 25,920. So this stuff just starts to go like, whoa, man. And then it's all the squared circle. It's all built off of the squared circle. The Earth and the Moon relationship was designed to show us the squared circle. Why? Because whoever designed God, if God designed the Earth and the Moon this way, God wanted us to find out that the underlying energy structure in our universe, a multidimensional structure, is made of the squared circle in the form of, again, these cubes that have spheres rotating inside of them, and you can fit exactly 1,843 electrons and positrons in there, and you do that, and now you've solved the puzzle of electrogravitic propulsion, you've solved the puzzle of multidimensionality, and you've solved the puzzle of the solar flash. And it was this crop formation that got me thinking, you know, these things are amazing, and I need to just dump it all out there at once in a free video. This is the first time I've ever made this free. Up until now, you always had to pay to get this. It was either on Gaia or it was in some of my paid courses. I considered this information too hot to make it free, but now, look, I'm about to get funded, so it doesn't matter anymore. So I'm sharing it with you because I want you to trip out on this stuff as much as I do. So now we're going to get back to the solar flash where I'm still doing really good, 2.5 hours in. I guess I'll read some of your comments. I've been going for a really long time. Linda Soroka says, God wanted us to live like Noah for over 900 years. That's true. That's the ideal human lifespan. The sphere is material. The cube is a mental projection, says Wiggle Room. That's a good analogy. Maybe Awakening Pisces says, maybe that's what the black cubes represent. They're installed all over the world. What is the cube made of, says M. Riley? Well, it's a non-physical structure. It's vibration. The vibration is, geometry is created by sound vibration. Hello, David, says Andromeda Daisy. SSP Beavis says, love you, Holmes. Fuzzy Tiger Cat says, nothing surprises me at this point. Charlie Winner, right here, donated $20. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for helping us put the pieces together. I'm not sure I could do it without you. You are a true leader of ascension for us all. John Smith says, I feel like I'm going back to college, LOL. Do we have a term paper due in 3 weeks? Chomo Lozo says, update on how Girlie is doing. Well, she's in the astral plane. Why do we need flying cars if we're going to go through this upgrade shift? Well, you know, this is still going to be, UFOs are useful even when you can levitate because you don't have to do all the work yourself and you can travel a lot more distance that way. Got to find a cool name. David, know that if you ever need a friend to talk to, emotional support, healing, or anything, I offer you my friendship. I'm not a crazy fan. I meditate every day for 10 years. You're not alone. Sam Barton says 6 flat sides put together in a certain way creates the cube. The circle gets the square, says John Alphonse. Is that what Hollywood Squared was up to? Is it a hidden meaning? That's funny. I hadn't thought about that. Unless you have a heart murmur, David, then you get double the beats. LOL, I know I have a heart murmur. Aaron Flores says, there's no formalism here. As a physicist, there is nothing to be studied here. That's absolutely not true. You go back, and if you actually take my challenge, you actually read the tutorials and the lectures on Dr. Harold Aspden's website, I'm not going to do it formally. If I did, everybody would quit. We wouldn't have anybody watching anymore. So I just gave you the highlights. You actually have to go do the work. If you don't believe me, if you don't like it, go back and read his papers. They are extremely technical. I just gave you just enough stuff that you could understand the basics of this. But this is not a formal presentation. I can't do that. Nobody would watch. Okay? Beta Joy donated $10. Sonoluminescence, Zephaniah Marlin Van Life Skateboarding. Sonoluminescence star in a jar experiment shows that sound creates light. Cured feminine sound creating straight masculine light. Prime creator is feminine. Yeah, sonoluminescence is awesome. D donated $20. This information is amazing. My brain needs a moment to let it sink in. LOL. Thank you for all that you do. Scott Opper, we love everything you do, David. This is a great lesson space, says Hugh Williams. David, copyright the Squircle. That's funny. I hadn't even thought about that. The Squircle. Mary Gabrielle, the people who love you have counteracted your stalkers. We pray for them to find other employment. Yeah. There's no way I could do a formal scientific presentation of Aspden's material. I made you hack through just enough weeds to get to the point. But again, believe me, this is so much easier than if I tried to explain all of his derivations of fundamental constants and everything else. I can't really do that for you because nobody would want to stick with me. Nanette Christ, I love this so much. Thank you, David. Nanette and I know each other. I've been wearing a Merkaba ever since your class series in 2020. David, will you give a description of spirituality, says Groundhog. Not in today's show, but we will later. If we are locked into a standard lifespan, how can we evolve? Surely the secret to more advanced knowing comes as living longer. But we are going to live longer once we go through this first solar flash. Tweety says, thank you, David, for providing information to understand. Oh my God, it's going away from me. We can't find anywhere else in an easy to understand way. This isn't easy for you. I appreciate all your hard work. We are celebrating your 5th super chat on a live stream. Laura S. says, I was missing wisdom teaching so much. Yeah, I mean, literally, the crop circles told me to teach you guys this stuff. So I'm like, wow, how am I going to do this in 3 or 4 hours and not get totally lost? When is the public going to know, says Lexi Abbey. I mean, we're definitely going to get that pretty soon. The squared circle stuff is totally amazing, in my opinion, with the Earth and the Moon relationship. Amin Nazruddin says, thank you, David, for teachings and time. You're a brave soul. Sigurdur Hallardson donated 7,500 ISKs. Hopefully that's a lot. It sounds like it. Thank you, Sigurdur. This is a prime example. Okay, I'm not sure what that was. I'm so excited to get my rainbow body and superpowers, says Chomo Lonzo. Jackie Canella says over 4,000 watching, but we only have 2,000 likes. Hit that like button now. Well, thank you. If you guys do that, we do have 4,600 people watching right now. David, please sell the videos on sale to those of us who bought the books already. But we do have them on sale. Again, it's $177. I guess I'd have to make another code for people who already bought the books so you can get the video set. That's a good idea. Thank you for that. I will do that. I hadn't thought of that. David, please, older folks want cars too that are cool. Can't someone build a car that raises for you to get in and lowers for you to get out? It doesn't exist yet. Elon isn't doing it. So yeah, that's something that we're going to do. The car will be able to go up and down. Richard Tashida says, hello, David. I recall this information from your wisdom teaching show. Thank you. I think I've understood it better than I did back then. So I appreciate that. When is the solar flash? Well, the first one is supposed to be 2025. Thank you, David, in the crop circle, says Kay Meadows. Solar flash is unlocking superhuman powers like the show Heroes. Truth in Cinema. Yeah, Heroes was a pretty cool show, I have to say. Thank you for this knowledge, David. I appreciate you. Said Sunshine for me, for you. What do you think about Terrence Howard? I talked about him before. He and I almost did a show together, and I do like what he has to say. He's got a lot of similar ideas as my own. We are doing a ceremony, and we will be bringing in Ra in the coming week. We will give you an update in our next show. Thank you for everything, David. You are amazing. This is wonderful and classy. Tom McWhorter says, your teaching method is amazing. It helps that I actually understand what I'm talking about. I really did the homework. I got through those slides. I got through all the tutorials on Dr. Harold Aspden's website. So no, I can't do a formal physics presentation. Everybody would be bored to death. And you would have to understand a lot about physics that I don't have time to teach you. But again, the 1843, 1842, 1841 is the key. So we do have a little bit more that I want to get you through here. So we're now going to return to the cosmic research that Aspden showed you, because this is so exciting, how it relates to the solar flash. This is the final piece we need. So he says we've addressed the problem of how a star is created. That's what he did in his physics. And we go on from there to show that the space domains, these are these quantized levels of energy in the galaxy we were just talking about, that show up as these redshift microwave values, and they are in discrete units of 72 kilometers per second. Dr. William Tifft observed this. I mean, again, nobody else has ever talked about this but me, and it's going to be the science of the future. And it all ties in with the squared circle and all that weird stuff with the Earth and the Moon. And the crop circles were the ones that, again, told me to do this. So space domains create certain defining boundaries that must one day be traversed by a star at a very acute angle. So your star is going to hit a new zone of energy. And when it does, that's the point he's about to make. He says you're going to get a solar flash. This means the star will be located alongside the boundary. It will be partially in one domain and partially in another one. This is what's going to happen to us. It's happening now. As we will see, the force of gravity does not act in an attractive sense between matter in different space domains. We then have conditions that may cause the star to explode and disperse as if in a supernova. Unfrickin' believable. Boom. There it is. The science of quantized redshift, the science of layers of energy in the galaxy, the stuff that the astronomers, probably like our buddy here was trolling me, oh, this is not a formal presentation. No, nobody would ever want to last through 75 hours of formal presentation. That's what it would take. But I'm doing it in 2 hours, okay? So but the point is, if you go back and actually respect me enough to read this stuff, you'll find out this guy was the head of patents for IBM in Europe. He's a very credentialed physicist. Dr. William Tifft is a highly credentialed astronomer in the University of Arizona. It's all based on replicable astronomical data. And again, what he just showed us is that when you hit a new domain of this energy, the new N number, 1843 goes down to 1842 or whatever, boom, you get a solar flash. This is unfrickin' believable. Because again, these boundary walls are expanding through our galaxy from each galactic center. In every galaxy, this is what it's doing. The stars in the galaxy are staying in the same position as these energy zones expand outwards. So as an energy zone hits a new star, it has a solar flash. That's the cosmic explanation of the solar flash that we're seeing now. It actually has physics behind it. And so then he says here, galaxies might evolve from higher to lower redshift states. Thus, the farthest galaxies have the greatest redshift, not because they're flying away at nearly the speed of light, but simply because in looking across vast distances, we look backward in time to when they had a high energy infancy. Nearby galaxies, on the other hand, whose light reaches us more quickly, show us their true age in a lower redshift. This was from that Discover magazine article that was about Tifft from 1993. That Tifft cannot explain why redshifts are quantized. Well, actually, he does. We can, because it's in the Dr. Harold Aspden model. The quantized redshift is a reflection of what dimension you're in Dr. Aspden's physics. It's mind-blowing. This, even though he can't explain it, does not prove that the quantized redshift doesn't exist. Now, certain people tried to come in and debunk him. They've tried to refute him. The most recent case was Bruce Guthrie and William Napier, working out of the Royal Observatory at Edinburgh. Wait for this, folks. They measured the redshifts in 89 different spiral galaxies. They're trying to debunk Dr. Tifft, and then they got all pissed off because, oh my God, they're all 89 of them are quantized redshifts. Man, now we're heretics. Now nobody's going to love us. Nobody's ever going to want to give us money again. You're right. Once you slaughter that sacred cow, you're done. You're not going to get any grant money. 89 galaxies are quantized. Every single one they looked at was quantized. I didn't make this up. Yes, it's not a formal presentation, but you can go look it up. You can read it for yourself. They did the homework. They were trying to shoot him down, and oh, darn it, he was freaking right. You can imagine how pissed off they got. The redshifts they measured were spaced at intervals about half of the original quantum of 45 miles or 72 kilometers per second. Tifft and his colleague John Cock, what an unfortunate name. It's almost like Wilcock, but even worse, right? Imagine what I've gone through in my life. It's not Wilcox, it's cock, okay? Like the male organ or like the rooster. Imagine having to tell people that all your life. That's what I've had to go through. Yeah, my name's John Cock, okay? I'm not a porn star. That's actually my name. They're planning another round of observations to demonstrate both that redshifts are quantized and that they drift over time, causing these solar flashes to occur. They have a 328-foot radio telescope in Green Bank, West Virginia. They will measure more than 1,000 galaxies and compare them with results they made decades ago. And again, as they did this, they found that everything is drifting. Over just 10 years of time, the redshifts are drifting, so it is an expanding galactic halo like a chakra, and when it hits your star, buckle your seatbelt, you're going to get a solar flash and a dimensional shift. So here's another one from Guthrie and Napier. Again, they were trying to debunk it. Journal of Astrophysics and Astronomy 97. They found out over 250 galaxies were studied in this one, and they all had quantized redshift. Strongly quantized in the galactocentric frame of reference. It's so annoying. They didn't want to see this. The formal confidence levels associated with the results are extremely high. So you don't have to take my word for it. Oops, I'm sorry, I wasn't on the slide there. Over 250 galaxies, high precision profiles. The redshift distribution has been found to be strongly quantized. And the confidence levels are extremely high. So again, somebody says, oh, David is nonsense. No. I'm reporting on stuff that's real. And if you want to do the homework and do your own formal presentation, go ahead. If you want to spend 75 hours talking about it, I don't feel like spending that much time, and nobody would want to watch. But the point is, they did over 250 galaxies, and all of them were quantized. Every single one they looked at. First it was 89, then it's 250. Now here's another example of the exact same thing. Bell and Comeau. They did it again in 2003. Further evidence for quantized intrinsic redshifts in galaxies. Is the Big Bang's great attractor a myth? Of course, yes it is, and that makes people mad. Cornell University Library. I didn't make this up. It was published by Cornell. Evidence was presented recently suggesting the fundamental plane clusters studied in the Hubble Key Project may contain, they have to say may, quantized redshift that are related to those reported by Tifft. Here we report the results where they used 55 spiral galaxies and 36 Type 1a supernova galaxies, a total of 91 galaxies. And sure enough, in 91 galaxies, every one they saw had quantized redshift. Even when many more objects are included in the sample, the quantized intrinsic redshifts are always there. Here's another example, Bell and McDermott 2006, and this time they used quasars instead of galaxies. 46,400 quasars. And guess what, folks? They all had quantized redshift in 6 distinct peaks. 46,000 different quasars all had quantized redshift. 46,000 frickin' quasars. Every single thing they ever look at, always has quantization. You can't find one that doesn't have it. Nobody's been able to find one that doesn't have it. This is the way the universe really works. Redshift is wrong. It has nothing to do with distance. All these guys that think that's what it is, they're wrong. They're mad. They don't like it. And they're never going to talk about this. So it takes somebody like good old buddy David Wilcock to come out and actually share this with you because, again, nobody wants to lose their college grants. Nobody wants to lose their research funding. Nobody wants the people in their foundation turning on them saying, what the hell? Your college thesis was on this. It's wrong. You wrote papers that use redshift as distance. They're wrong. You don't even know how far away this is. You don't know how far away that is. Everything you're doing is wrong. That's why they were mad at Halton Arp. They wouldn't let him talk about it. They were mad at Dr. William Tifft, and nobody has ever taken Dr. Harold Aspden's energy science seriously because, again, these are the sacred cows. But once you add this in, it's like, wait a minute, these are galactic chakras. They're moving through the galaxy. When they hit your star, you get this big explosion and you get a dimensional shift, and now you turn into Christed beings. Why would you not want this? 46,400 quasars, and they're all, every single gosh darn one of them, is quantized. And this, again, perfectly fits Tift's model of decreasing intrinsic redshift, or DIR. What we're learning is that sudden quantum solar flashes, like what's about to happen to us, that all these ancient extraterrestrial prophecies told us, those are normal behaviors for stars. As you go into an area of higher energy density, you get the solar flash. And again, this helps to explain my binary solar system model, where we looked at the Mayan calendar cycle of 5,125 years, and we find out that you get exactly 5 of them in the 25,920-year cycle. So again, what are we seeing here? The star in the middle is most likely Alpha Centauri. It did have a solar flash on December 21st, 2012 on Proxima, and then the light got to us on whatever it was, March 13th or March 16th, 2016, 4.2 light years away. The exact slides I've done before. You got to go back and watch those shows. If you're orbiting around this other star, and the big secret, as I've said in previous episodes, is that we're in a binary system with Alpha Centauri, that's what the 25,000-year cycle is, then this geometry, this sacred geometry, think about the squared circle. Inside the cube is the dodecahedron. You can draw the dodecahedron, which is this pentagonal geometry, inside a square when you do it in 3 dimensions. It's beyond the scope of what I'm going to do today. But the point is, in superficial 2D terms, you've got a pentagon of force in space, and each time you hit the corner, that takes exactly 5,125 years, which is the length of the Mayan calendar. So when you get to X marks the spot, every 5,125 years, you're now in one of these areas of higher quantum energy density, and that's going to cause the sun to blow up. And so sure enough, every time you hit one of these nodes after the Mayan calendar, that's what they were counting. That's why they made the Mayan calendar. They want to know when the sun's going to blow up. You get a solar flash. And so just for a quick reminder, the glaciologist, Dr. Lonnie Thompson, here's the article, says major climate change occurred 5,200 years ago, and history could repeat itself. 5,200 years ago, the Sahara Desert went from a habitable region to a barren desert. There was major changes in the pollens in the lake bed cores of South America, and we had the lowest levels of methane in Greenland ice cores and Antarctica. All of this catastrophic activity happened 5,200 years ago, exactly one Mayan calendar in the past. Dr. Thompson, the scientist, said something happened back then that was monumental. It didn't seem as monumental to us because there was only about 250 million people on Earth compared to our current 6.4 billion. The evidence clearly points back to this point in history and a catastrophic event that occurred, and he says it appears that's going to happen again now. Panic at your leisure. Don't worry about it, the sun's probably going to blow up, but whatever. The impact of a climate change of that magnitude today would be tremendous. Now look at this. This is the key, folks. The 5,200-year-old Mayan calendar event, again, the Mayan calendar is 5125. He found it at 5200. It's only 75 years off. Thompson is probably wrong. It's going to be closer to 5,125. The Mayan calendar is going to be right. And again, this was given to us by extraterrestrial beings who then built the Mayan pyramids. They knew what they were talking about. And we are at the end of the Mayan calendar again, which means we're in another cycle of that pentagon. And that's a higher energy density. There's more of those electrons and positrons packed into the cube. The sun is going to go off. So look at this. The catastrophe 5,200 years ago was caused by a dramatic fluctuation in solar energy reaching the Earth. Around 5,200 years ago, solar output first dropped precipitously and then surged over a short period. So what I'm showing you is the same physics isn't just working at the galactic level. It works, the law of one says that your solar system is a galaxy, and they also say that it's always binary. And I talked about this, I think, in Awakening in the Dream, one of my published books. The law of one again says that all solar systems are at least binary, and when we solve it, we discover the 25,000-year cycle is a binary orbit. So when you draw it that way and you put the Mayan calendar in there, isn't it weird that exactly 5 Mayan calendars add up precisely to this 25,000-year cycle? Almost. It's very close. And then isn't it even weirder that the Mayans were studying this 5,125-year length of time, and now we find out that every time we go through that, we get a solar flash and a catastrophe, at least the last 2 times around. And it's probably, if we go more into the fossil record, we're going to find that it keeps happening over and over again. We just need to do more research. So solar output first dropped precipitously and then surged over a short period. That's what we're expecting again next year in 2025. It is this huge solar energy oscillation that Dr. Thompson believes may have triggered the climate change he sees in all those records. Huge energy oscillation. There you go, solar flash. And the evidence is clear that this is happening again. A major climate change is again underway. So this again is another way of looking at it. It's the same, I believe, galactic energy that we see on the big level with these galactic chakras. And so in order to help me out, because we're not funded yet, there is far more proof of this coming solar flash. If you want to get a lot deeper, I go much, much deeper than I did today with all the great stuff to talk about in the Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies course, where we discuss how Michael reveals the first wave of ascension is going to hit us in 2025. And I also talk in the books about the dazzling prophecy that Saint Germain leaked to Alice Bailey. And it says right here in her books, Saint Germain is referred to as Master Rakosi or Master R. His title is said to be the Lord of Civilization, telepathically influencing people who are seen by him as being instrumental. Apparently I'm one of them, because Saint Germain is Archangel Michael, I believe, and bringing about the new civilization of the age of Aquarius. Now, when is it going to happen? He says 2025. Bailey has said that sometime after or in AD 2025, that was the prophecy we were given, 2025, that we will get the return of Saint Germain, of Jesus, and others in the spiritual hierarchy except the Buddha. They will actually externalize in 2025, descend from the spiritual worlds and begin living physically as human ETs on earth in ashrams surrounded by their disciples. And this is where you can read that. Now, in the Michael Prophecies, he actually says that I am going to be one of the people running his embassy, that Archangel Michael is going to have an embassy where you can meet these human ETs. And if you want to get to the human ETs, you're going to have to go through the gatekeeper, which I guess is going to be me. So that's very intimidating. I mean, I don't know what the heck it means yet. I don't know where this is taking me yet, but, you know, everybody's going to want to kiss up to me and bribe me and, you know, try to get me on their good side so they can get to have a meeting with these beings. And so it's going to be a lot of social activity. I'm going to be meeting with world leaders, if this is true. And again, there's probably some trolls who are laughing. That's fine. But the books are so interconnected. They're so prophetically accurate. And again, with this offer for $177, you're now getting all the books and you're getting the videos as well. And for the people who already bought the books, I will next week create a different order for people who already have the books so you can get the videos at a much lower cost. I'm sorry I hadn't thought of that already. We'll try to find everybody who's already bought the books and email you with this offer specifically. But again, 2025, I mean, wait a minute. Alice Bailey, isn't she a Luciferian? Yeah. But that doesn't mean that the prophecy was wrong. It just means that the Luciferians are the ones who got excited and coveted this and kept it as a secret. But it's freaking mind-blowing that this prophecy from the 1800s did not say 2000 AD, did not say 2012. They said 2025. And I didn't find this until after I had unsealed the Michael Prophecies and I was up to book 4. And then I found it. I'm like, oh my God, 2025 again? Like, whoa, this is so trippy and crazy. So secularly speaking, the 2025 shift is ultimately caused by the arrest and defeat of the DS. This is a psychic event. The sun responds to us as a planet where we get graduation once we stand up to our bullies. And that's a very, very exciting moment. So we don't have to wait very long. This is right around the corner. And the final stages of what is going to get us there are what I'm now going to discuss. Because again, the Alliance began doing these posts in 2017, October, and they're associated with a letter of the alphabet that happens to be in the 17th spot. You can see it right here on camera 2. I got the stylized letter Q right here. I decided to do that as a little Easter egg for you guys. But again, I'm just giving you this really fascinating science about quantum leaps in the solar system. We managed to get through it in 3 hours. I still have plenty of time to get through the Alliance slides, thank God. But before we do, if you would like to support me, this would be of critical importance right now. I've hardly had any orders the last few shows. I think I'm doing such a good job. You guys are full. You're like, ugh, man, I can't handle any more sacred science. Well, anyway, if you want to read the books, they are totally amazing. You get all 7 books, and you get all 10.5 hours of videos. There's 11 videos in total. They're each about an hour long, so you can take your time in watching them. You don't have to watch more than an hour at once. They're beautiful production value, 7 camera angles, and I'm interviewing Chris Beskar, who's bringing in the classified Area 51 type perspective on this stuff. He adds a lot of interesting things to the discussion, although it is mostly me talking and him kind of giving me the hell yeah. But it's still an amazing, amazing show. I've never done anything else like it. We slashed the price dramatically. It was discounted by 156. All you have to do is go to that website, thedisclosure.com, and then type in the discount code actualization. So now in our final hour, I want to go through the latest Ezra posts because, again, in my view, this is the ultimate source from the Alliance. And when they do their job, when they get this done, when we're no longer terrified and we're no longer being under the boot heel of evil, which is ultimately run by extraterrestrials, once they get us exposed, there is a physics change caused by human consciousness. As more and more humans realize that the world that we're being given on the television and in magazines and newspapers is not the real world, that world is an illusion. Once more people realize that we are being lied to, once more people penetrate the veil, that's another term the Law of One uses, when we penetrate the veil and we realize that the world is not what we thought, the world is not simply this dead Cartesian universe, but it's actually a living spiritual universe made by one infinite consciousness, then we get ascension. That galactic superwave that I showed you, that's defined by the quantized redshift discovered by William Tifft, and then you have Dr. Aspden, who does these incredible equations that actually cranks out the microwave values of quantized redshift down to like the 10th decimal point. I mean, it's incredible that theoretical equations correlate with what we're seeing in 46,000 quasars. Every galaxy they've ever looked at has quantized redshift. They're like waves of energy, like chakras in the galaxy. They're expanding. And when it hits your star, Dr. Aspden says you're going to get a solar flash. The Mayan calendar appears to be calculating this stuff, but the ultimate determination of when the sun gives off this energy is a field effect based upon how awakened humans on Earth are. As more of us awakening, we're bringing this ascension event closer and closer. Because as your mind sees the truth, as your mind understands, wait a minute, the world has been run by this evil situation and I didn't know about it and now I do, oh my gosh, and your mind feels blown. You're actually changing the physics. And the Law of One says we can't really prove that yet, but that's what they say, is that it's a consciousness field effect. And so when enough people have the awakening, this is what triggers mass disclosure, mass ET return, and the first wave of ascension, this first round of solar flash, which is non-catastrophic. So what the Alliance is doing is so much more than just bringing politicians into some type of justice, okay? That is part of it, and that is part of what we're going to be seeing. The corruption will be rooted out. But more important than that is that once people realize that everything they believe their whole life is not true, that there's something else going on here. It's not the world that you thought it was. It's a spiritual reality. There's extraterrestrial beings, and I've now for the first time showed you the full theoretical background for the quantum leap in the solar system. that's when it actually happens, folks. We are the ones holding back the sun, and it will only be held back until sometime in 2025. The prophecy was left with Alice Bailey in the 1800s. It's in the Michael Prophecies book, so again, discount code actualization, you can get that. But now I have, let's see, we have about an hour left, or maybe a little more than that if I go 4.5 hours. Plenty of time to get through the Ezra posts. So again, if this confuses you, this is what I'm telling you is going on. The world's militaries, specifically the U.S. military, they've been operating on the 5-inch binder that was created in the 1950s called the Plan. And what the Plan does is it says that there is going to be some type of an arrest event where all of a sudden we no longer are kept in the dark. And it turns out that in order to create enough awakening, they had to allow COVID to play out. They had to allow the inoculations to play out. By having real death be in the equation, it's that type of jeopardy that wakes people up and puts them on the hero's journey. So they've been making a variety of posts in which they are showing you the truth that you need to know, the awakening that you need to go through. And a lot of it is upsetting stuff. But the point is they need this to become mainstream. They need this to be talked about by everybody so that by the time they actually do the final stage, fewer people are shocked. And if you know other people who are really going through grief and trauma at this point, you can comfort them and say, look, it's not the end of the world. Yes, these people that you thought you loved and you thought you could trust them, they're liars. They lied to you. They're actually severe criminals. Okay, all right, I can get with that. And thank God that now we've got the truth and that there was a plan in place to save us. We're not doomed. We're not done. And so they're really telling us what's going to happen. Now, when I saw that date of August 15th, I thought maybe that was when the arrest would occur. But they've now said, as I showed you at the beginning, that it's not going to hit until sometime after or during September. They said surprising September. That's the last slide we have here today. So again, as you're reading these posts, they're describing to you the things that we need to know to awaken and the progress that they're making to bring us to the big moment, which now they're prognosticating surprising events in September. But I really don't think we're making it to November. I don't think there's going to be any type of normal election at all in America. Something is probably going to happen before then. So I'm going to try to get out of here. There's be 2 weeks where I'm down. I'm going to be in Canada during September, but I'll be writing articles on my website, trying to keep you updated that way. But I just won't be doing live streams because I need to have a vacation, man. I've been broke for 3 years. I'm stuck here. I need a vacation. Anyway, in the final hour here, we're going to go through the latest posts from good old Shadow and see what he has to say. So this was one of the ones on TG that I didn't get to last time. I forgot to include these. July 21st and 23rd, talking about the removal of B, and then something strange that was never explained about smoke over the White House. So it says the public removal of JB has been completed, and then it says white smoke seen over the White House. Now my guess is that they were burning a whole bunch of documents and trying to cover their ass, but it doesn't matter if they do that because everything is electronic and we have it all, says the Alliance. So they're probably destroying evidence here. That's probably what this was. So many things, evidence of blackmail, bribery, treachery, treason. Let's just burn it all, and we don't care if there's a bunch of smoke coming out. Just take that box of documents, we got 35 boxes of documents, throw them in the fire, throw them in the furnace. That's probably what that was, okay? Next one we got to look at was again from TG, says power will return to the people. This is from post 1690 that they photographed here, July 24th, 2018. And since we're now in 2024, that is a 6-year delta. Down to the day, it says you are witnessing the systematic destruction of the old guard. Power will return to the people. So this concept of a delta is an interesting thing because, again, it's 6 years away. Now, we've speculated they have some type of technology given to them by Valiant Thor in 1957 that allows them to see into the future. And that's why they have these stunningly accurate prophecies. This is a basic extraterrestrial technology that they got their hands on, and it's been an intrinsic part of how they can plan out against the DS and outmaneuver them because they have a better system than what the DS is using. The DS systems all stopped working after 2012. It all goes to white light. But the one the Alliance has, the cube the Alliance is using, still works. So isn't it strange that immediately after JB steps down, 6 years later, to the day almost, July 24th, they say the systematic destruction of the old guard, power will return to the people. That's pretty compelling. That again shows that they might have known something with their time viewing technology, and that on this date there would be a major event, which there was. So now the next one they had on TG said a big Mideast war is unavailable. This was on July 25th. And sure enough, we've now had the attack on Israel. Well, Israel hasn't been attacked yet, but they went after the head guy in Hezbollah, and they did it in Iran. What are you guys doing? The economy's collapsing. You know, everything's in free fall, and now you're trying to start World War III. Yes, that's the whole point. They don't want things to be smooth. They want things to be chaotic, because if you look back at the history of this organization, they love chaos. That's when they can create new laws. They can take away your freedom. They can make you get into a, prison. They can do all sorts of interesting things. And so when people are afraid, when there's chaos, when people are yelling and screaming and running around, that's when they can be very cool and calculating. And this is the same thing that happens if you're in a relationship with a psychopath. They love to push your buttons. They love to make you angry, get you yelling and screaming, because then you're going to say something stupid. Well, I never really loved you. That would just be an example, right? Boys, I never really loved your mother. Whatever the hell it is. My dad never actually said that, by the way. That's just a joke. But the whole point is a psychopath wants to trigger you. There's nothing they love more than getting you yelling and hollering and crying, because that's when you become uninhibited and you'll say things that you regret, and then they will never, ever let you live it down. If you actually are dumb enough to hit them, then the whole thing becomes, oh my God, you hit me, and now they're going to sue you and they're going to take all your money in divorce court because, oh my God, he hit me. Okay, they like that they're trying to get you to overreact. And so Archangel Michael has always said that this process we're going through on a global level is the psychological equivalent on a mass level of breaking up with a psychopath, having a divorce with a psychopath, where they are trying to trigger you, they're trying to make you mad, because if you get angry enough, they can use that against you. You'll say something stupid, you'll say unloving and horrible things, and now they're never going to let you live it down. You said. It's like, well, yeah, because you drove me over the edge, and temporarily I got a little wild, so yeah, I lost my mind. The whole point is, on a collective level, not to go into violence, not to go into profanity, not to become evil because we get triggered, but to simply stay in love and have firm boundaries while remaining loving. As this person is trying to destroy you, you don't take the bait and you don't descend down to their level and go into the wrestling ring with them and start throwing punches. That's what you don't want to do. So as these things are happening, we are learning our lessons. We are not acting inappropriately. We're actually doing it right. And so let's keep reading these slides. The next one they say is O a shadow president? And so we're going to read this one. I didn't zoom in on this one, unfortunately. 3 days after JB experienced an undisclosed medical emergency, BO called him to inform him that K had been approved, invoking the 25th Amendment, and that she had approved invoking the 25th to throw him out of office. What a betrayal, huh? This coup also involved NP, CS, and Hakeem Jeffries. He had no chance. Now, that's not something that's public. That's inside intel. This is what they keep giving us. Now, this is a quote from BO. He said, "If I could make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in, and I was just in my basement with my sweats looking through the stuff, and I could sort of deliver the lines, but someone else was doing all the talking and ceremony, I would be fine with that." There, you like that? That's my impersonation. Pretty funny. Now, we look at the slide, and we're at 92 seconds, and it leads to post number 92, which is quite long. So we're just going to read some of it. It says, SR only mentioned because it directly relates to SA, Las Vegas. What hotel did the reported shots occur from? And remember, we just had shots again, so this is a nice tie-in. They do this all the time. They give you a number of seconds of the video, and then you read a certain post. What floor specifically? Who owns the top floors only? I don't know. We'd have to go research that. Why is that relevant? What was his name? What was his net worth? How do you identify a spook? That's what they're telling you, is he was another patsy, okay? And they set him up to do this, and then there was a lot of others involved. What can historical data collection reveal? Were there any eyewitnesses, and who were they? Yeah, there was many of them, and people saw multiple attacks. Was he registered as a security guard? And what is the importance of the dreaded, South American group MS-13? What doesn't add up? And again, was there only one guy doing this? Was there only one shooter? And look at what just happened. So this ties in nicely with what just happened. Why was JFK released? What did the files infer? Was there only one? Who was in LV during this time? What was their real mission? Speculate on this, he says. Why are various survivors dying randomly? What do each of them have in common? Well, they were going to blow the whistle, right? Did they talk on social media, and what did they say? Yeah, there was somebody who had some stuff, and I didn't want to publish him because I knew this could happen. Were they going to form a group? Obviously, and then they all got whacked. Why is this relevant, and how did they die? What report was released by good old Wiki you-know-what? What can control a car? Oh, yeah, see, it's vehicular. They can drive your car for you and drive you over the cliff or crash your car. In fact, that exact thing just happened. I was watching SEAL Team. I'm in Season 5, I think it was episode 12 or 13, and they used somebody's car to kill him. They hacked his car, they drove him into a wall, or drove him into an 18-wheeler, and he exploded in a fireball, and they killed him that way. So that was in the show, actually. Really amazing. So how can you control a car? How did 2 of the survivors die? By car crash? How does this connect to SA? And what just happened there? Well, this is where bin Salman overthrew all of his existing government because they were involved in this. And now he's one of the good guys, apparently. Again, who owns the top floors of the hotel? What happened today in SA? This was him throwing over his government. To who specifically? Lots of corrupt actors in that government. Was POTUS in LV that night? Yes, he was. Why was he there? He was meeting with MBS, the guy from Saudi Arabia. Who did he have a classified meeting with? I just said. Did Air Force One land at McCarran? Yes. What unmarked tail numbers flew into McCarran that night? That was for MBS's plane. Trace Air Force One the entire day. What do you notice? This is all classified. So again, there's nothing really new here. We've seen that Vegas was an inside thing, but this gives us a lot more depth, and it's interesting that they brought that one up now because that's one we haven't read before. Then we see this tennis superstar who's fighting back against this very anti-Christian environment that we're now having. So we're going to read this from the top. Novak Djokovic, the tennis superstar, displayed his cross during his first match in Paris. This happened following the controversy surrounding the mockery of the Last Supper at the event's opening ceremony and other offensive actions towards Christianity. It's also notable that he declined the shot, and this cost him millions of dollars. And he says, before I am an athlete, I am an Orthodox Christian. So this is a revolution. And many people are now seeing the point and getting to an understanding that this is, in fact, a spiritual war that's going on. Then we see on the 28th of July, Israel, Iran, and Russia's opinions on these games, and they're strikingly different. It says that the small country has not condemned the Paris event, despite the fact that it was mocking Christians and Jesus. However, Iran did condemn it, saying it crossed all the red lines, insulted Jesus, and urged everyone who's Christian around the world to speak out against it. Russia also condemned it as a shameful freak show and thanked God that they were not involved in this. Which one are we supposed to go to war with again? It's kind of a joke. 250,000 views there, of course. Big stuff. Then we have the good old Archbishop who also issued his own condemnation. He was excommunicated from the church, as we've said. He came out strongly condemning this event, saying it was a vile attack on God by anti-Christian elites who are trying to undermine traditional family roles. He says these rituals are a recurring theme. We saw it in 2012. We saw it at the Gothard Tunnel opening 2016 and the Commonwealth Games 2022. The following things disturbed him: certain types of dancers that were effeminate, a parody of the Last Supper, holographic duplications of horsemen from the apocalypse, and the decapitated Marie Antoinette celebrating the French Revolution, which was, of course, a very horrific event that they called the Terror. He even called Macron's wife something, not nice, and described certain person as a muscular... Okay, that's enough. So yeah, we don't need to read that quote. And then he ends by advocating for Christians to unite globally, boycotting this event and its sponsors, and that has had 1.5 million views. Wow. Then we have the former Venezuelan president or dictator, whatever you want to call him, Hugo Chavez, claiming that the DS was funding his opposition. And that's what it says right here. What is happening with these elections in this country? Listen to what the former president had to say. He openly accused the Zs of funding opposition in Venezuela. He said they were funding a counter-revolution. He also claimed that a certain group was trying to assassinate him. Hugo, like 45, was the 45th president of his country. Isn't that a curious coincidence? And he died of quote-unquote cancer at the age of 58. So we have 101,000 views there. This is another really, really bizarre one where Whoopi Goldberg was actually given the key to hell. You can't even make this stuff up. This is actually true. She graciously accepted the key to hell from the Blizzard Entertainment team, very fitting for an individual who was once friends with Harvey Weinstein. Oh my God. The key supposedly unlocks the gates of the underworld. Yeah, I'm sure there's nothing to that. It's not true. Of course, it's all just a ha 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 ha, what a big joke. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to accept the gate to the underworld's key. The pictures of the event are truly something else, showing the 68-year-old Goldberg flanked by the mother of demons and the creator of Sanctuary. You could have easily placed her in the opening ceremony. She would blend right in. So check this out. And let's even zoom in more on that picture on the left. 221,000 views. So, I don't know. If you want to see a hot-looking woman, that's not really the way you want to be looking at her. She's definitely thin. She's got a big old cleavage. But, wow, no, that's not the way you want to see a beautiful woman. But, yeah, I don't think I'd be accepting the key to the underworld. I'm not into that at all. Then we have the wedding recently between S and A, where they're flaunting this code that has to do, in this case, with something seemingly benign, ice cream. Newly engaged couple were seen celebrating her 49th birthday. The media is absolutely fawning over them. They even had their own ice cream truck. He posted a video showing her reaction to discovering the truck. They are mocking you. And again, this is a code phrase that means awful stuff if you already know that. 86,000 views. And I guess there's 51 seconds on that one. Maybe I missed it, or it didn't. I think it didn't seem very relevant is what it was. I just decided we didn't need that one. If I skipped it and it's bad, I'm sorry. But apologize to the Alliance if it was something I needed to say. Anyway, we have a forecaster who's done many things before correctly, and he predicts, oh no, KH is going to win. Well, I don't think he's right. I think they're just using this to inspire you to take action. Adelyn Lichtman, a forecaster who has accurately predicted nearly every election since 1994, states that Kamala Harris is likely to win the election in November. Lichtman correctly forecasted Trump's victory in 2016 and B's in 2020, says his current predictions favor her. Oh my goodness. We don't really want that, right? No. So, let's hope he's wrong. Anyway, I think they're just using this to inspire you. The main thing is the video is 95 seconds long, and that leads us back to post number 95. And again, they bring up Saudi Arabia. What happened in SA will happen here, Asia, and EU. That was where he, again, overthrew his government. Keep digging. That's a big prophecy, isn't it? Here, Asia, and in Europe. So all the countries where it really matters is going to happen everywhere. And it already is. It's underway. Keep digging and keep organizing this info into graphics, which is critical. God bless you. And it says H in Saudi Arabia, Snow White, Godfather 3. And we were getting these codes in previous weeks, so we already kind of know what this means. Then they're talking about the Venezuela situation, which is also really weird and upsetting. It's like a civil war that's going on. So let's read this one. The situation there could deteriorate further, according to the man in this video, who claims top leaders in the military are prepared to defy their orders from the President Maduro. And this is actually something the Alliance doesn't want. This was, if they defy their orders, this is from the DS, it's what's inspiring them to do that. If his claim, and this is from all the different contexts of everything they've said, I just had to figure it out. I spent a long time studying this. If his claims are true, the civil war is inevitable. And now they've recently said that it was stopped. So this actually did get stopped. There is already footage circulating of security forces shooting at protesters. VP supports Maduro. Elon backs the opposition party. But then it says, this is an important point, 45 was prevented from meeting with Maduro in 2018 by John Bolton and Mike Pompeo. That shows you right there, they did not want him talking to Maduro, which means that there was something going on where even though they're calling him a dictator and saying, oh my God, he's terrible, no, they're just trying to put in their own guy, and this isn't it. So we got a good number of views on that. It's like, what is that, 62? Yeah, 62,000. And then we look at the number of minutes in the video. 1 minute, 42 seconds is 102 seconds, which leads us to post number 102. This one is kind of strange. I don't really know if this is something they intended us to read or not. But then they give us these coordinates. So I put it in, and it just seems to be this kind of interesting place in the middle of the Philippines. And what is interesting is that it's right next to the Minor Basilica and the National Shrine, a parish with a venerated Jesus statue, and then over to the left, Archdiocese Shrine of the Blessed Sacrament. So this may be related to, some type of Vatican stuff, that this might have been a control center for them. Maybe they were doing some criminal activity here, and they wanted people to know. Maybe this is where whatever was being done in Venezuela is being run out of. I don't know. I have no idea. This is one of the ones that didn't maybe add up, but again, I just put it out there so you can make up your own mind. Then we see that the company has lost in Venezuela. This was on TG. They started out, let's start at the top first here, where they give you these three initials starting with C. That's not hard to figure out. And then when we go down to the middle one, it says, read this carefully, you are being lied to. Then it says, Venezuela's right-wing opposition and U.S. media outlets claim there was fraud in their election on July 28th based on an exit poll done by the U.S. government-linked firm Edison Research, which links with, state propaganda organs and was active in Ukraine, Georgia, and Iraq. So again, if you read it carefully, you're being lied to. The point is, they wanted to claim there was fraud, and it was being done from within the DS. And then it was followed up on July 30th saying, yep, the company has lost. So whatever they were trying to do, we don't know all the details yet, but this was another thing. And it is really weird, too, because in the SEAL Team show that I'm watching right now, Season 5, I'm in like episode 12 or 13, the whole point of what they're trying to do right now, why these SEALs are in there, is they went under a special project called Omega, and they were specifically in Venezuela to stop them from acquiring a nuclear program, because that could be a new Cuban Missile Crisis thing. And so there's 3 episodes where they're dealing with that. It goes right up to the end of the season, which I think is episode 14. Now, I'm not done with the end of the season yet. I got to watch that one tonight. So this is pretty weird because, again, it's a kind of a synchronicity between what they're saying in the post and what's happening in the real world in the show that I'm watching. So maybe that is what would happen. Maybe if the DS had gotten their guy in there, they would start up the nuclear program, which was warned about in this television show that I've been watching. It's an interesting possibility. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. We then see good old San Fran is trying to get the mask mandates back because they just love so much keeping you under the boot heel. The health officials are urging you to consider masking up in crowded indoor spaces to help slow this horrible surge that they say is coming or is here. I don't think that's happening. California is now one of 8 states where the wastewater viral activity levels appear to be very high. I wonder why that is. The officials are blaming the rise in this sickness due to the following: summer travel, heat waves, and fewer people, getting the treatment. With this circulating, they say, please consider wearing your well-fitted mask in crowded indoor spaces. I don't think anybody's going to do that. Everybody just ignores it now. They've shot that too many times. It's not going to work. 81,000 views. The next post from the 30th says the new director of the SS is even worse than what they had before. And so we'll read this one now. He says, the new director is worse than the old one. He claims inadequate time for the event played no role in the failure. Neither their counter teams nor the detail had any knowledge of the man on the roof. Right, sure. He claims every single person conducting an independent investigation must be a conspiracy theorist, which was a term they invented after Kennedy. He says there was no authorization needed for their guy to shoot at him, essentially denying the stand-down order. I implore him to release all communication between them if he has nothing to hide. Right on. Then we have a whistleblower who warns there are going to be new attacks. This is extremely disturbing. He has issued a chilling warning in an email revealing that the agency should brace for another attempt against 45 before November. He said he will not be silenced until 5 high-level supervisors, one of which is already down, are either fired or removed from their current positions. He then concluded with a damning statement claiming that they have been failing for years and top leadership has consistently ignored urgent security concerns. And he confessed he is now deeply ashamed to be one of these agents. And if you want to pause this, you can read his entire statements. He says, some of us take our job, bottom paragraph, some of us take our job and responsibility seriously, deadly serious. I may be overzealous, but after 7 years in the Marine Corps as an NCO and 20 plus years on this team, failure is not an option. And on 7/13, we failed, not because of commitment or sense of dedication, but because our supervisors, aka leadership, knew better and thought our concerns were less than important. The motto is cover your ass, and every supervisor is doing that right now. And he has almost 500,000 views here. So now you can read it even more closely. I'm not going to go through all of it. Then they talk about something that really ties in, if you want to use that term, with the IP that I've been talking about, the idea of lower astrals. This again shows that the Alliance is on my side. They do very much believe in what I'm saying about demons. And they know that as we get closer and closer, I believe they know that as we get closer and closer to the epic ascension event that they forecast in the last post, which is almost post number 5,000, they talk about protect your DNA and ascension. Well, they know that as we get closer to this event, the realities are merging and dimensional interconnections are starting to happen. And so some people do see the demon face on other people. And it appears that there are some people who have this, and it's the result of transdimensional activity in the brain correlating with the visual cortex so that you start having hallucinations, and those hallucinations are actually based on something that might be real. This is pretty wild. So let's go take a look at it. An extremely terrifying claim is made by a man in this video who says that a man he regularly sees as normal now appears to have a demonic face. And it was black eyes, pointy ears, and snarly teeth. Very frightening. In March, it was reported that a new study is revealing this terrifying experience where people have a rare condition known as demon face syndrome. This one had almost 1 million views. So here's the quote from Smithsonian Magazine, an extremely rare neurological condition. They're saying only about 100 people have been diagnosed with it, but still, that's a lot. Makes faces appear distorted or looking like demons. For the first time, science have recreated what one patient suffering from prosopometamorphopsia, or PMO, sees when he looks like faces. You see, I had to actually practice that. Prosopometamorphopsia. Not exactly easy to pronounce, right? Whoa, okay. And so this is actually what the photos are, where they had these two models. This is the guy and the woman stand there, and then they have the real photo of them. And then the person with this demon face disorder had the artist illustrate what he was actually seeing. So this is really, really creepy and strange. And then I read some other articles on it, and there was another guy who actually had a person whose face turned into a dragon. A full-blown reptilian, terrifying reptilian humanoid. So this is possibly the result of people seeing demonic attachments, that certain individuals may have spirits that are blending with them. And so if you have this psychic ability to see, which again, this might become something that we all have. We might be able to see the demons on people. I mean, I had a acupuncturist from Japan. He called himself a Shinto acupuncturist, and he claimed that as he was releasing these entity attachments from people, that you would see these horrifying faces appear over their faces that looked demonic. Well, that's exactly what we're seeing right here. The mouth extends, you get these crazy, creepy lines on the face, the ears get pointy, and the eyes get all drawn out. And imagine if you had to live with that, walking around seeing people look like this. Other people with this disorder, they might see strange things like hexagons or geometry over people's faces. And again, that could be the geometry of the universe. But this, again, to me, shows that some people are starting to get psychic. They're starting to have transdimensional vision. So again, my haters are trying to say that Ezra Cohen hates David Wilcock, that he's all this David Wilcock, oh, we don't like him. That's nonsense. They're talking about the same stuff I'm talking about. They're talking about demons. It's important that you understand this because, again, as you go through your ascension process, you might start seeing this kind of stuff on certain people's faces. And so just buckle your seatbelt and don't get too terrified if you do. Recognize it's only a hallucination. Their physical flesh is not actually shape-shifting. But again, to his credit, David Icke was talking about people having this phenomenon, and everybody laughed at him, and now it's officially recognized as a scientific fact. So isn't that interesting? Then we have Iran. They're all pissed off because they got this guy, Hezbollah guy, got blown up. So now they've raised the red flag of revenge over the dome of the Jamkaran Mosque following this assassination. The supreme leader said, "It is our duty to take revenge." Uh-oh. This could be right around the corner, folks. They're trying to get World War III going. Maybe both sides are dirty. That's what it could be. I don't know. I hope that Israel is kept out of this and they can, not have to get hurt. I really don't want to see anything happen, but it's a very scary time. The U.S. government claims it was not aware of or involved in anything that took place. That might not be true. We don't know. Chaos is expected in the Middle East. Yikes. Now, again, 418,000 views. Very, very respectable. And if you actually look at the video in this full runtime, it's 64 seconds long, which brings us back to post number 64. And this seems very relevant, okay? Because given the fact that there were actions and counteractions are getting ready to happen, fellow patriots, I'm being advised, actions have created accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack that is coming. That's probably what they're telling us now. They don't really know how bad this is going to be yet. Watch the news outlets. Oh my God, it could be right around the corner. The takedown of 45's Twitter was not by accident, as referenced several hours ago. Now, this is a really important one, folks. This should be in blazing highlighted colors. Should the lights go out, please know we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. And then he said, God bless, I must go for good at this point. Obviously, he didn't. There were many, many more posts after this. But again, this is really, really intense because they say, should the lights go out, please know that we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared. Assets are in place. So this event that's about to happen, this attack, could lead to the blackout, could lead to the final scenario. They don't know. So again, we're on the edge, man. This could be any time now. It could be any moment. And remember, once this starts to happen and then they do the final stages of the arrests, this is what changes everybody's consciousness that will ultimately enable the solar event to occur and the galactic family reunion. So don't be afraid if the lights go out. They've got it under control. This is a very highly provocative post they just made here. Snoop Dogg is getting backlash when you're the greatest of all time. That's GOAT or GOAT. So he's defending his necklace and says that's why he got it. It says right here, after the backlash of mocking Christianity, celebrities like Snoop are trying to explain their way out of being canceled. He was carrying the torch at the games when people noticed that he was wearing a chain that resembled Baphomet. He said, this is the GOAT in a video shared on Instagram on Monday. I'd made this because somebody told me I was the greatest of all time, or GOAT, GOAT, so I wanted to make myself a GOAT chain. He ends the video by revealing that this necklace represents peace and love around the world, and then tells the media, leave me the F alone. So again, you can't display these symbols anymore. It's going to get people really mad. And the video is 30 seconds, which leads us up to post number 36. And we've read this many, many times before. So they're talking about a meeting that took place on an airfield, and that this apparently had to do with the tampering of what they were going to do in 2020. What if this was all miscategorized and logged under a false identity to prevent bad actors from locating it, while also verifying to these players that all was clear? What really happened to the DS when the Wizards and Warlocks, which is alliance people, it's one of the terms they use for themselves, revealed what they had? Was Comey forced in the spotlight shortly thereafter, not by choice? Right before this event took place, no doubt, which would cast suspicion. These are crumbs. You cannot imagine the full and complete picture. And again, this is how they were able to make sure that it wasn't stolen back in 2016. That's where I think it was talking about, based on this post and when it was given. If 45 failed and we failed, and in 2016 HRC had assumed control, we as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. This was leaked internally and kept the delegate recount scam and BO from declaring fraud again back in 2016. So the unthinkable means they would have done some type of force majeure military activity. They're not going to do it that way. We're not expecting it to be that way, but they would have done that if they had to protect our country. So that's what they're talking about here. It's very, very heavy stuff. They would have done the unthinkable. Dig deeper. You are missing critical points to paint the full picture. Here it comes. There is simply no other way than to use the military. Whoa. It's that corrupt and dirty. So this is still the case today. They're telling us this now. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country. Then they talk about a leaked video of the guy on the roof, a video from James, one of the victims critically wounded in this attempt, shows a figure moving across the roof of the building just minutes before this event took place. Was it a second person who did this? Was it a third person who did this? The person appears on the roof of the building adjacent to where 45 is speaking, and if you watch it, you can see him walking. It is a 12-second video, which again gives us post 12. We've read many times before. Military intelligence referred to above is absolutely the biggest drop of inside intel that this board will ever receive. Now, think about why A plays right into their plan, because that's where the riots are going to come from and a lot of targeted attacks. Always ahead, good guys are winning. That's the important point here, is that, again, the good guys are winning. Everything is going to be fine, so don't freak out. If the lights go out because of this thing with Iran, know that they have all the protocols in place. So we could be right around the corner from it starting, folks. We don't know yet. It probably won't be, but they're getting us prepared in case. Then these idiots got to avoid the death penalty. I don't think that's going to hold up very long. The alleged mastermind of those attacks and 2 others being held in the Bay will plead guilty as part of a deal allowing them to avoid the death penalty. The convening authority for military commissions entered into pretrial commitments with these 3 folks. And then again, the real key here is the video is 11 seconds long, which gives us post number 11, and we've read this one many times. Military intelligence versus agencies, no approval or congressional oversight, which these agencies operate without that. State secrets upheld under SC. Who is the commander-in-chief of the military? That would have been 45. Under what article can the president impose military intelligence takeover investigations for these various agencies? Whoa. Obviously, that's what they're doing. What conditions must present themselves? Those conditions were met. Why is this so very important? Who surrounds 45? They lost this very important power, the DS did. The one area of the government not corrupt, directly serving him. That would be the military. So this is, again, telling you it's a military operation. Then we see July 31st, the president from Argentina, Milei, shipped their gold over to Britain. Oh, what could be the harm of that? Oh my God, are you kidding me? The president began shipping part of their supply of $4.6 billion of gold to Britain's largest private banks, and he's supposed to be working for the people? Who owns these banks? Well, that would be the R headquarters in London. Now this sovereign gold can be seized, and they can use it for other things. So this is a big frickin' theft right in front of your face. It's crazy. Citizens are now consumed by the question of how much of this amount is no longer in the country where it has been moved. Milei has also said he wants to see the reconstruction of the third temple of Solomon to fulfill the prophecy to bring the Messiah to earth. What could be the harm in that? Well, yeah, it would cause World War III. So, yeah, unfortunately, I liked him. I thought he was a good guy, but, this doesn't sound good. They can immediately take that gold and start using it, melting it down, or do whatever, and then, oops, we don't know what happened. We lost it. Yeah, so they're desperate, and they're at that level of just schoolyard bully stealing your lunch money kind of crap that's going on. Unfreaking believable, you guys. And I see we've got a lot of comments, and now we're up to 4,730 people, so thank you. We're going to try to make it into 4 hours. I think we can. 250,000 views, 250,000. That's pretty amazing. It might take us a little bit past 4 hours, but not too long. And then we got 45 pointing out the bravery of Vince Fusca. Got to be very careful how you pronounce that name, right? You don't want to mispronounce Fusca. You could really screw that up or F that up, as I say. While discussing his attempt at the rally today, he mentioned how brave Vincent was during the event. How about the man behind me with the black outfit and a green floppy hat? As he described him, the crowd pointed him out, and 45 called him up, but he declined the invitation. And then he says, you can be in the foxhole with me anytime, man. Well, you know, it's kind of a little threatening now to be up on stage with him, given what's happened. So this guy probably had a panic attack. Plus, it might have just been nervousness, social phobia. I don't know. If he'd called me up, I definitely would have gotten up there. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. All right, let's keep going. So we got 1.3 million views. Dang. 1 minute 13 means 73 seconds, gives us post number 73. And this looks pretty relevant too. What was 45's last tweet prior to, maybe they're now referring to the event that took place recently, the shooting. To who was it addressed? Why was it taken down? Why is this relevant? Who was it addressed to specifically? When was it taken down? Has it ever happened before? Why now? Is this a coincidence? So this part I think is old, but then we're going to get to the new stuff at the bottom. How many times did the attack occur? Secondary cleanup. Well, again, that's talking about the fact there might have been multiple people doing the recent attack that we just saw. So this, again, 73 threads very nicely with current events. What is the purpose of tracking? Well, they're figuring out who really did it. What is the purpose of disruption? The DS wants to get him out of the picture. Why did he have military guards while he was in Hawaii? Why is this relevant? Well, yeah, they know that people want him dead. Do these military guards in uniform typically assist the SS? Maybe not. Why is this relevant? What flying object was recently shot down? You remember how they said that the guy had been flying a drone around before he did it? Well, that's relevant too. And flying object, again, could be a reference to UFOs as well. We're getting ready to have that event again. That might be what they're talking about. I don't know. How precise is geo-tracking, non-public, sea-level, professional? Why is this relevant? And again, what they defined last week, Alice and Wonderland. Very interesting. So that one totally checks out. Then they said, tonight all hell breaks loose on TG. This seems to correspond with him making statements about the ethnicity of KH. Is she Indian? Is she Jamaican? Is she white? And does she just pick whatever she needs for the political expediency of the moment? It kind of looks that way. That's the best I could tell with what they meant by all hell breaking loose. Then on August 1st, we're getting up to the present now, and might be able to get it done in 4 hours. New Zealand's draconian new legislation. This is so freaking crazy. They want to do forced shots while you are restrained by the police. I think I would be moving out of New Zealand right now. All mandatory measures, not really. I don't think this is ever going to pass. But anyway, this is the kind of wet dream they have. All mandatory measures will be authorized by the state, including the power to detain, isolate, or quarantine, the power to prescribe preventative treatments. We know what those are. A member of the police can do anything reasonably necessary, including using force. They can restrict your movement in or out of an area. They can restrict your travel in or out of the country itself. That's not a good thing. That's a drag. 111,000 views. We'll zoom in and up close. And it says requirements for people to be tested, screened, or shot, quarantining, isolating, restricting your movement, restricting travel, requirements to undergo treatment, commandeering of your resources. They can take your land, your buildings, or your vehicles. So yeah, this is not something that we want. Not at all. I don't think I'd be wanting to hang out in New Zealand right now. My God, this is crazy. And so let's hope that doesn't come to pass. Okay, that's all I can say on that one. Then we got the Friends of Busy Investigators contracting with this firm in the small country to do the investigation. Well, yeah, that's not suspicious at all, right? It's just totally normal that you'd outsource from your own country to another country to try to get to the bottom of what happened to 45. Yeah, there's nothing fishy about that at all. It's totally fine. Right. Okay, sure. They contracted this tech firm Celebrite to help in their investigation of the 20-year-old man who tried to take down 45 on July 13th, focusing on his encrypted accounts and apps involved. Of course, we know they're going to be totally honest and trustworthy, and they'll give us exactly what they find. This company is headed in this small country. They have 14 offices around the globe. Why do they need to reach out to this one foreign company? Yeah, we know what's going on. Then we got 1 minute, 18 seconds, 78 video seconds long. These are post number 78. And again, we just saw this one, and they reposted it. What flying object was recently shot down? Why is this relevant? We already read that one. So that's another sign that they really intended to do this. Then it says right here, the 17th letter equals Alice. Whoa, okay, that's new. So Alice represents them. You'll soon understand the meaning behind Alice and Wonderland. Everything has meaning, God bless. So they talked about flying objects being shot down. Alice means them. What is Wonderland? Well, they also recently had Dan Scavino say passport to Macedonia, which is like Magonia. So perhaps they're going to reveal the extraterrestrial component that Wonderland might be. I'm just speculating. I have no idea. They're asking you to speculate. Maybe Wonderland has to do with ETs. I mean, wouldn't that be cool? We know that disclosure is part of it. They've talked about the fact that there are, non-terrestrial objects that are here. So this is a very exciting thing, and I'm super excited to see what the meaning of Alice in Wonderland is going to be. That said, let's get back to the slides. Then the Black Eye Club was joined by Sharon. She's now part of that club, and they say the story seems bizarre. She joined the prestigious group who have gotten a black eye. The injury occurred, according to her, in the middle of the night. She was using the bathroom. She says she's been in so many hotels. She hit her face against marble. They think the story is bizarre. Who really knows? I don't want to point any fingers at anybody, but again, we know that this idea is that if you speak out against them, let's go back over here. If you speak out against them, they will hurt you. So if you try to go forward, if you try to say anything, they will give you a black eye as a way of punishing you, telling you better STFU. But again, the main key here might be the number, which is 38 seconds, leading us to post 38. And this is one we've seen many times. The calm before the storm, prepare messages of reassurance because something big is about to happen. And we're seeing that with Israel and Iran. 4 carriers and escorts in the Pacific. Why is that relevant? To prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us during this transition, Russia, China, or conversely, all for NK, or all 3. Think logically about the timing of everything happening. Look at what's going on right now. Because again, they want to get World War III going. And now what that's saying is the alliance has their own military presence, 4 carriers and escorts, to make sure nothing bad takes place. Note, increased military movement, NG deployments starting tomorrow, FFs. Prepare messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here, the calm before the storm. So, again, this is yet another warning that we could be very, very close to very, very epic things going on. This is not a time to rest. This is a time to be vigilant. Make sure you've got your stored food and water. Make sure you're ready with board games or whatever you might need to keep you happy when you don't have any electricity for a while. It could be up to 10 days. They said that last week. It's very exciting stuff, folks. Let's keep going. Then we see that good old Joe is determined to close the bay. He doesn't want to be taken there, nor any of his friends. He wants to close it before January. They confirmed today following the announcement of the plea deals for those people from AQ held at this facility. Now, 45 signed an order in 2018 not only to keep it open but expand it. They don't want that. His order to keep the facility open reversed a previous directive from BO to close it. Why are they so determined to close it? Well, we know why. They don't want to be held on trial there. That's probably where it's going to be. 24 seconds leads us to post 24. And this is one we've seen many times. It's probably talking about Joe. Any person making statements they will not be seeking re-election was put in submission. That sounds very, very troubling, doesn't it? Submission. This means these people are not screwing around. The alliance is very, very real. And so putting in submission means you're going to do what you're told and you're not going to disobey that. Okay? For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted, but everyone will do as they are told. So there's some significant threat going on. This is not a fun thing. They bring you in, they yell at you, they tell you what's up. You will see more of this occur, not normal yet disregarded, even on the D side. I would take that threat very seriously. Then they're talking about how Louisiana has passed this new law where if you commit certain crimes, you lose your junk. Not exactly a fun thing to happen, so it's a good incentive not to want to be one of these people. Beginning today, they will implement surgical procedures as a punishment for certain individuals with certain crimes. This bill was introduced by the state senator Regina Barrow, signed into law by the governor Jeff Landry. The removal of these things as punishment for adults convicted of these things in cases involving victims of a certain group. You get what I'm saying. You can read it. Then they show you certain faces. Almost 500,000 views. We had Bob Hope donate $20. Says, David, thank you. We're almost at the end here. We got just a couple more of these. We had the beautiful Slovakian woman who collapsed at the Olympics. Her name is Tamara Patočka. She suddenly collapsed after her swim. Medics quickly placed an oxygen mask over her face. She was lying motionless before carefully loading her onto a stretcher and rushing her out of the arena as her rival watched in horror. It was not clear if she received CPR. Most likely, this is because at one point she received a treatment. It's very sad. This is part of the ongoing reality that we live in. Then they talk about the crash on Friday, $3 trillion, the biggest since COVID, as I said at the beginning. Nearly $3 trillion has been eliminated from major indices and stocks this morning due to escalating fears of a global recession. This is the most severe stock day since March 16th, 20, amid the height of concerns. Today's unemployment rate reading of 4.3% has officially triggered the Somme rule, indicating we have already entered a recession. And then what you see here is the width of the red square, or the other colors, green is another color, is how big of a crash they went through. You see Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta, Amazon, NVIDIA, they're all crashing really big and really hard. So this could be the beginning of a black swan, folks. It could be that when we get back to Monday and the stocks open up again, Michael Larson just donated the first super chat. Thank you very much, Michael. It could very well be that when we get back into business on Monday that it's going to accelerate and get wild. So again, stuff could go really crazy this coming week with the war activity with Iran, with market crash happening at the same time because they know they can't win legitimately. They don't have a good runner. They're going to have to probably replace her with somebody else. So it's game time, folks. Get your game face on. This stuff's about to happen. We're at the 4-hour mark right now, and we are almost done. So with that said, let's continue. Good old Uncle Lindsay wants a war. Of course, he's a war hawk. He always says this kind of stuff. Drives me crazy. He wants to go to war with this country in the name of the small country. He introduced a resolution against Iran for threatening the national security of the U.S. through their development of nuclear weapons. And Michael Larson just donated again, $19.99. Thank you, Michael, very much. And he held up a trophy for me. I appreciate that. So this is very exciting. Lots of stuff is happening. It's getting really hot. And we got just a couple more slides left. We're right at the end now. The video was 11 seconds long, leads us to post number 11, which we just read. So now they're showing it to you again. They lost this very important power, the one area of the government not corrupt, directly serving the president. So again, it's military intelligence takeover. That's what's going on. We're going to see a lot more of this. Then we have CISA and the Friends warning of a DDoS attack on Election Day. Isn't it interesting? They already know that they think this is going to happen. I wonder why. Maybe because they're the ones doing it, right? They're warning in advance of an attack set to take place on that day in November. The public service announcement indicates a DDoS denial of service attack that could occur on the infrastructure, blocking our access to the information and thus throwing everything into chaos. Yet they claim in the same memo that, oh, well, it's not going to impact our security or the integrity of the process of who wins. Right. Sure it won't. They conclude by saying this attack is just one tactic they could use. Everything they've been accusing of Venezuela of doing is what they already are. So funny. And so then you can read what it says here. They already just made that quote. You can read it again. With the day less than 100 days away, it's important to help to put in context the incidents the American public may see during this cycle. They may cause minor disruptions, but will not impact the security or integrity of the process. Sure it won't. Then this evil company says they don't want anybody else to be buried in the UK. Imagine that, because they got the land and they want to use it for things like making money. They asked that these soldiers not be buried on the land they own. These representatives recently visited Kiev and requested that they no longer bury anyone in the ground. They've already bought up 47% of the land, asking that it not be used for burials, that they cremate or dispose of people in other ways. Well, nothing at all weird or fishy about that. It's just totally normal, wouldn't it be? Dirk 1947 just donated. Thank you very much. And we still got everybody here. We're at 4,700. Thank you guys for being here today. We're getting really close to the end now. 3 million views on that one. That's incredible. How many people ever get that on Twitter? Not very many. Then they have a photo of a prisoner from one of these sites that are very dark. And, you know, he looks fully nutritionally compensated. I'm joking. I mean, he looks like he's about to wither away from malnutrition. You do not want to get stuck in one of these places, obviously. He does not look healthy at all. First ever photo of a prisoner from one of these places has been released in an unclassified court filing. Photo of Ammar al-Baluchi, one of several men at the Bay who they accused of orchestrating the events in 2001. The photo was released in a court filing. He was arrested in Karachi, Pakistan in 2003 and was secretly taken to 5 different sites from 2003 to 2006. After being shuffled around in several sites, he's been held at the Bay, but he has yet to be convicted of any crime. My God. You know, he looks like he hasn't even eaten in weeks. It's just crazy. Then we see the linkage between China and this event that just took place earlier this month. Oh, man. Really? Yep, that's what they're saying. That's the next thing. We had Deanne Johnson, who just donated $20 and said, "You are amazing, David. Thank you. I appreciate that." We're still got everybody here. It's an amazing turnout, 4,700 people. I'm so glad you guys are here. I hope you're enjoying the show. I know you are. Betty Jo Bradford said, "I love you so much, David. Thank you for all you do for us." Sammy Brown says, "I was traveling, so I have to rewatch to see the slides. Individuals who can't look outside the box have decided to stop learning." Well, yeah, today was a very important show because, again, it shows that Dr. Aspden created a model where he uses equations to explain all these things other physics models can't explain: the derivation of the fundamental constants, the proton-electron ratio, Feigenbaum number, Planck's constant, fine structure constant, and it shows that there are dimensions of existence in this cubical ether with rotating spheres inside, and that they change in discrete quantized variables, and we actually see those quantized numbers in the galaxies. Every galaxy they've ever looked at, 46,000 quasars, everything is quantized. And what does it mean? We're about to hit another boundary of that energy now, and when it does, as Aspden said, the sun will give off a huge flash. The part that Aspden's physics doesn't talk about is the consciousness, where apparently this propels us into ascension. So this is one of the crown jewels of my material. I first started reading this stuff in 98. I put it together in 2000 originally. Then I put it together for Wisdom Teachings on Gaia in 2017. I've never made it available to the public before, but it's an incredible scientific model. And again, I didn't do a formal presentation. That would take many, many hours. But if you actually care, you can go back and read Dr. Aspden's papers, and they are phenomenally brilliant. Oh, we got $80 Australian. G'day, David. G'day, Colin. Jono from Byron Bay, Australia. Love your work. Keep it up, mate. How about that? No debt, or debt will be wiped out. So how about that? I put a deposit on one of those flying vehicles, mate. First cab off the rank, you know, love and light to all. Got to do some Australian to keep you guys having fun here. Earth girls are easy. We give it away to the ETs. What about golden Trump fight coins? I don't know. What about them? How might Tranmar respond to these revelations in physics? Baby! You know, when David starts talking about all this stuff, I don't really understand what he's talking about. Your Tranmar, she's only here to bake cookies for you. She wants to take care of a Tran baby. She's not interested in all this science stuff. It goes way over my head. It's just something I don't understand. So when David talks about that, I just kind of check out. I go, you know, I do some crochet. I made a very nice crochet the other day. It says David's name right here. It says Wilcock. Aren't you proud of your Tranmar? Look at what I did for you guys. I actually made this for you because Tranmar just loves you so much, baby. I do needlepoint for you. I do crochet for you. I even have a smaller one as well. I won't show you that right now. But anyway, Tranmar loves you, baby. Oh my God, I just burned myself. There's a little taste of Tranmar just to keep you guys on your toes. Show some of her amazing needlepoint work. Hi, David. Who are the top 13 bloodlines in the deep state? I can't really say that right now. Judy Booth donated $10. Thank you very much. Grandma Trama, smoke some weed. And I don't smoke anymore. I have been sober and do call-in. Well, we just got some call-in. And then we had Rachel Plant. Wow, she donated $140 Canadian. I don't know if I've ever even seen a donation that big. So you might be the heavyweight champion now, Rachel Plant. When we cross over, do we go to the light? Well, the whole point is this is not death. The first wave of ascension is an activation of you in your living body where it's going to be like a psychedelic experience and you're going to have these new abilities that are going to be really phenomenal. So I'm very much looking forward to this. Anyway, I don't want to take too much longer. Let's get back onto the slides here. It says this person from China was arrested for attempting to enter MAL, the headquarters of 45, alleging that he possessed documents linking their government to this attempt. If they're telling you this, it means they probably already know this is true. That would be my guess. 63-second video brings us to post number 63. And this is a warning to the people in the DS. To those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up now and do what you know is right, or you can suffer for the consequences of your previous actions. So you can make a deal, you can become a hero, and you can avoid prosecution. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. I think that's very obvious now. The divine intervention stopped them from taking out 45. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down the net, we will be ready. And again, they just warned about blackouts. And they give these weird codes, which people in the know probably were like, oh, how did they get that? And then again, Alice in Wonderland, which we now know, is going to be revealed what that means in the future, and it's going to blow our minds. Whatever it is, it could be related to ETs, I don't know. The technology they've been using, this time technology. It's really exciting no matter what. They're saying, you know, you can still get yourself out of the sling here, no matter who you are, how up high in the food chain you are. You can make a deal. You can avoid prosecution. I would highly recommend everybody in the concerned group do that and, you know, become part of the winning side. This is going to be okay. We're going to be fine. K&K Dark Horse just donated $10. Thank you very much. Alice equals aliens leaking information called Ezra. I don't know if they're all, I don't think they're aliens. They're humans, but they're working with extraterrestrials. They don't like to be called aliens. They're human angelic extraterrestrials. Let's be clear on that. Anyway, that's pretty exciting. The choice is yours, and, you know, the internet might go down. Then we see this guy who did a bunch of stabby stuff in the UK. My God, he was featured in a video on the BBC when he was just a kid. What's the likelihood of this? Same frickin' guy. He's in this dorky little suit, a dorky little tie, and then he went around stabbing a bunch of people. Can you even believe it? The guy who took the lives of 3 children and injured many others, sparking riots throughout this city, was featured in a BBC Children in Need promo video when he was 11 years old. Imagine that. Strikingly similar to how the person who went after 45 was in an ad for BR. Who or what is influencing these young kids? Well, clearly, we know the answer, which is that they are being programmed. Nikusor Georgiou just donated $24.99 RON, celebrating your first super chat on a live stream. Thank you very much for that. We really are very grateful for you and for your support. And it's helping to keep the lights on. You know, again, after I pay my rent and keeping my 2 friends free from having to get these treatments so they can stay alive, I hardly have anything left. So we do need your support. So, he was at age 11 at one time on the books of the kids casting based in this market town of Ormskirk. And again, I just took a picture of this last night, so it hardly has any views. It's probably got a lot more now. And then we see Jimmy Carter looking positively deathly. He's still alive, but just barely. Like, oh my gosh, he's alive? It doesn't look like it. That looks like he's in a coffin or something. I don't know. Pretty rough, but even so, well, he's still alive a little bit longer. He wants to cast his vote for Kamala. You can't even make this stuff up. He's going to turn 100 on October 1st, eagerly eyeing the start of early voting in Georgia on October 15th. They're already taking advantage of dead voters. Wow, he just looks super rough, man. I don't know. I'd be like, you know what? Maybe I'm done. Maybe this is far enough. I don't know if I want to be around anymore. Somebody give me the shot. I'm out of here. Okay. Anyway, then we see these gangs are targeting protesters in Europe. They're trying to get riots going. It's working, apparently. Clash of Civilizations has now entered a new phase. These gangs with axes and hammers are targeting people in Britain, protesting against the borders. It's expected to worsen in coming weeks, and what happens in Europe often occurs here shortly thereafter. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but this is very sad. PC User donated $4.99, and we also had True Question donate £6 British. Thank you guys so much. Carter looks like a corpse. Yeah, it's pretty rough. My internet went down last Sunday, came back at 5:55 a.m. Monday, says Tez Brooks. Nicole Menegaldo donated 49.99 British pounds. Love you, David. Thank you very much for that. That's this one going by right here. We really do appreciate your support. It's still something that I definitely need. I have just barely enough money to get by right now. Kwan Hung Chan has donated many times, donated $10. And he says, Dear David, can you tell us more about the Saturn Black Cube Black Sun? Was there an actual cube structure in Saturn that acts as the soul trap on Earth? How do we escape its influence if we die? Well, the black cube is actually a symbol of materialism. It represents materiality. That's why if you look at the tarot card for the devil is perched on top of a black cube. So the black cube essentially represents the devil. Now, these evil beings do use this same quantum medium, that's a cubical medium we were talking about, to project into here. So sacred geometry, like the cube, can be used for either positive or negative purposes. And so the black cube represents the projection into this world of negative entities. But again, I don't believe there's any soul trap. The positive beings have got that covered. If you live a good, positive life, if you haven't authorized evil, then you're not going to be taken to an evil place when you die. So then we have Elise Child, donated $20. Thank you for all you do, David. Ed Creeder, wow, donated $123. That's one of the biggest ones we've ever had. Thank you, Ed. That's really awesome. I'm very excited that you guys are here today and you're giving us great donations. Can someone super the $21 trillion question? We don't need that kind of money. I mean, my company probably is going to get financed this week. We've got some great things going on. And so I thank you guys for all your support up until then. Saturn, not the devil. Let's not mix metaphors. No, if you actually look at the tarot card, the devil, in the Rider-Waite Tarot deck, he is perched on a black cube. And yes, it is also associated with Saturn, but the important part is that it is related to evil and demons. Absolutely. Oh, Scarlet Fire says, David, you had a $500 donation today. I didn't know that. Whoever it was, thank you very much. I had to make sure I got through all these slides, so I couldn't read as many of your comments as I would like to. But again, I wanted to get this information in. I needed to do it all in one episode so you'd really understand the science of the solar flash, and I feel so great that I got that done. We're almost done. James Nguyen donated $10, or maybe it's Nguyen. I don't know how to pronounce that. Anyway, thank you, James. It's really awesome. Amikadze donated $1.99. Thank you very much. Celebrating your first super chat on a live stream. According to some, says Dean Pratt, Saturn is a portal for the purification of the soul. Well, and what about the black cube at Mecca? You know, there's lots of different beliefs out there. I'm just sharing with you what I know. Somebody's saying the devil's on a half cube. This is all stuff that I've read. I'm not an expert on the black cube. It's a very deep subject. They've used that symbol many times. It appears in various corporate offices, and it definitely seems to be associated with the DS. So I would be wary of it, to say the least. There's good and bad on every planet. Galian needs to speak because you make him sound like Mr. Garrison from South Park. LOL. I guess we're late enough in the game we can do Galian. Let's see if we can get the outfit put together for you guys. Why the hell not? Does Galian need to wear sunglasses? He probably should. Okay. He probably needs a fetish whip. So, hi everyone. Yay, this is Galian. I'm so happy to be here. I just decided that, I wanted to show you a little sass because I'm kind of a sassy guy. Got to make sure my glasses are on right. I want to make sure that if you're in trouble, that I'm going to be the one to bring discipline to you, because Galian doesn't like people who are not obedient. He wants you to make sure that you're always going to be in the right space, in the right time, because I travel through time and space, and I'm looking for certain special someone who might like a little bit of an erotic something or other from me. So just be aware that Galian is here to be your very best friend. So I'll see you around. If you ever hear a bump in the middle of the night, it might be me. So just know I could be waiting for you. Thanks, everybody. Toodles. Bye-bye. All right. Had to deliver you the raw goods of Galian there. We're late enough in the game. I'm getting a little punchy. My hair's still probably going to look okay after that amazing display of gayness from Galian. So there you go. Galian's first debut with his full mask and getup in the live stream. Anyway, we already read this one. What occurs in Europe happens after. So 40,000 views, 37-second video. This is one of the big ones that we've seen a lot. And it talks about people like me. They are the true patriots. We will never forget. Oh, look at this. Let these coming days, this could be all happening really soon. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the Republic from those evil bad actors who for so long have sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight. Let justice be served. Amen to that, huh? You got to love Galian, man. Galian is a whole new dimension of my personality that you get to explore. And explore in penetrating detail. Oh my God. We don't really want to go too far with that. Let's just keep Galian locked up in the closet where he belongs, okay? Anyway, $20 from John Cox, another unfortunate name like mine. Yes, he's the gay alien. That's exactly right. Hence his name is Galian. David has the nerd factor times 5,000, says galactic. Yeah, you know, I got to have some fun. I got to try to keep myself entertained for 4.5 hours. Thank you, David, for lifting the fog of ignorance. Big love from Orange, California. The angels are with you. David needs to do a sketch show with all of his creations, and we can record it for the midweek. Well, I think if I only did comedy, people wouldn't like it as much. But again, comedy kind of keeps it fun, keeps it light, keeps it exciting. And also, you know, if you throw in some of that gayness, then it kind of throws off the AI, and they don't know what the hell to think about me. I got Trama, I got Galian. I'm not a homosexual. I'm just a grand's woman. Oh my God, I'm not supposed to laugh, but it is. I love these characters. They really do make me laugh. So anyway, they are the true patriots. We will never forget. The coming days will be remembered in our history. This might mean it's right around the corner as the time we fought to recapture our republic from evil bad actors. Amazing. Then we had this whistleblower who was ordered to stand down. This is pretty troubling. He revealed in an affidavit he was instructed to stand down and essentially allow this thing to happen. Who gave him the order? Well, we're going to find out, and it's going to be what brings down the DS, folks. Then, why hasn't the Pope condemned this blasphemy? That's another question they ask. Why hasn't he called it out, what occurred at the Olympics? Oh, I only said it once. Okay. And then last but not least, I think this is the last one, because I didn't get to today. I was too busy making the slides on the interplanetary climate change. It says that September is going to be surprising. So this at least makes me feel like I'll be able to get out to vacation of some kind in September. Maybe it won't all come crashing down before then. I hope not, because I'd love to actually get a vacation before I have to start working for the Alliance. It says there's a lot happening in the dark right now. Moves are being made, both good and bad. Stay tuned for a surprising September. So this makes me think we have a little bit more time than I thought. Either way, the next couple of months are really, literally the most dangerous time in our recorded history. But the Alliance has got our backs, so I'm not worrying about it. We have very exciting dimensional shifts coming up on the horizon. And now we have just enough time to do a little meditation and be done within 4.5 hours. And I know a bunch of you guys are going to bitch out on me and leave, which, you know, makes me a little bit sad, I have to say. But, you know, we always lose about 400 people, 300, something like 200 to 400 people always leave. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for being here. And we're going to do a nice short one. It won't be too long. But again, this is a technology that if you help me to participate... God damn it, Dave! You talked for too goddamn long. Whoever said that anybody wanted to listen to you flapping your gums for 4.5 goddamn hours? I have had it. David, you don't even need to do the meditation. Why don't you just cut the show off? Let's just call it done. Let's just pack up our shit, get the hell out of here, because nobody wants to hear it, boy. You get 500 people, and they say, adios, David, I'm tired of this. I don't want to listen to this stuff. You don't think I'm going to do any meditation? You're right, I'm not. I'm getting the hell out of here. So, boy, why don't you just pack up your bags, call it done while you still... Oh, that's really good, man. Ooh, what is this stuff? Woohoo, this is nice, David. Dang. You know, David, maybe we ought to do a meditation after all. It could be. Hold on now. Hold on. It could be that maybe it's just the right kind of vibe, you know, for the scene. There might be reasons why you think it's a good idea. So, you know, David, maybe you got the right plan. Maybe we'll just do that meditation after all. Because, boy, Sometimes your insights are dead. Most of the time they're not. I mean, I think most of what you say is totally freaking bullshit. But like once in a while, David, so let's just go ahead and meditate. Oh my God, I'm burning myself, son. Let's go ahead and meditate just for the fun of it. What do you say, David? Let's get this done. That's some Angry Daddy for you. I got to bring him out. People say Angry Daddy's my favorite. Yes. Some of my friends have told me Angry Daddy is the best character of them all. So I had to give you a little taste. Anyway, what are we down to? 4 hours and 23 minutes. So let's do our meditation now. This is going to be fun, everybody. It won't take very long, and you're saving the world. I mean, you know, that's kind of a good incentive to not want to leave. Anyway, I gave you some Angry Daddy, too. He probably won't show up in the meditation. But anyway, here we go. I'd like you to begin with, as usual, putting your eyes closed, both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath, and then just let it go. Breathing in the silence, breathing in the quantum medium itself, the geometry of the squared circle. Letting that geometry follow the path of your breath as you go into more and more of a state of pure, true, deep relaxation. Feeling a tingling in your arms and legs. Letting your breath follow through the corridors of infinity so that you find yourself merging with galactic consciousness. Breathing in the ascension that will soon be our reality. Feeling this tingling, warm light moving through your body, causing such a beautiful sense of relaxation. Feeling so effortlessly invigorated by universal healing light. Giving you the opportunity to reflect on those who may have hurt you in the past, and allowing yourself to feel some degree of compassion and release and forgiveness. No longer needing to feel angry, no longer needing to feel oppressed. Realizing that even those who live in the darkest places are going through their own transfigurations, their own learning curve, their own evolution. So that what we are seeing now is a true divine awakening. That spark within you is becoming a great fire, igniting the passion for you to reunite with your galactic brothers and sisters, seeing the truth behind the veil of illusion, understanding that there is a non-catastrophic solar event coming our way that will propel you into such ecstatic peace that it is like nothing you have ever seen or felt before, and you will always then be in this blissful transfiguration with the abilities of telekinesis, telepathy, past life memory, levitation, and so much more right available at your fingertips. All we have to do now is get through one final exam, face our fears for just a little bit longer, feel complete and content in the now, breathing in the supernal presence of the divine, like liquid energy, floating through the matrix of cubes in the universe, forming the squared circle, reflecting on the staggering precision of the size and dimensions of the Earth and the Moon, 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7. The incredible precision of Stonehenge, showing us the same measurements in feet. The hand of the Creator, revealing the blueprints to how we can understand the science of ascension and the solar flash that transforms us into something so much more than the simple humans that we thought we were up until now. The veils are coming down. The illusions are being stripped away. And what we are left with is a unified, holistic view of a cosmos that is inherently loving and protective and has intelligent, angelic helpers who are seeking our very best at all times. For indeed, you are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And so it is. And now I'd like you to breathe your way back into the room. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. We had a great meditation. We did lose our 300 people as usual. But that's okay. There's enough of you here that we can effectuate great change, creating, hopefully, a lessening of war tensions. Let's send this energy to all those in need of prayer and healing around the world. I want to thank you for watching. We're at 4:28, so I've got 1 minute to go. Have a great week, Dave, somebody said. These commercials keep crashing YouTube. Sorry about that. I have no control over that. Why does the camera change during the meditation if our eyes should be shut? Because some people cheat and they keep them open. So I just decided to slide my slider, and I can go through different phases. I can shift and have my own little ascension. Great show with David and Trama. Beautiful, David. This is one of your best meditations ever. Thank you so much. I love it when people give me good compliments. So again, I want to thank you guys for being here. This has been great. We're going to do 4.5 hours now. You guys really enjoy this. To each their own, I guess. That's a troll. Thank you, David Will. I don't know why they're here. Why would you hang out for 4.5 hours just to be mad? Darn it, I hate David Will. Boy, there's so many things you say that just piss me off. You tried to send me this link to your show. You think I'm going to watch your stupid little show? Boy, I have had it. You'd say all this dumb stuff. I'm not feeling it. Oh my God, I just burned myself again. I got another one over here. Boy, why don't you just wrap it up? You've been talking for too freaking long. Nobody wants to listen to it. Yeah, we always have a few angry daddies out there, but we take it in stride. Thank you guys, and I will see you, barring any other crazy stuff, next Sunday. Thanks for watching.